Good morning. I think you guys should be hearing me online now as well. Can you just give some thumbs up in the online, the Microsoft Teams people? Yes, fantastic. Okay, cool. Okay, guys, so we're all sorted. Welcome to Circular Economy Masterclass. I call it like Circular Economy 101, like Economics 101 that's been taught. Yeah, we have quite a packed program today, so it's going to be quite exciting. It's almost 3 hours long. I'll also read the physical room, not the online room, how you guys' energy level is, right? And we see when we have to just take a quick bathroom and brain break as well. But what I would like from you basically is also just engage with me as much as possible, because I am going to throw a lot of content at you. I'll also obviously back it up with scientific data. Some concepts might be new to you as well. So just please also ask, and I'll just see how it goes as well, and where I have to maybe stop a little bit longer along the line as well. Okay, so yes. Should they maybe just post a question in the chat, or can they hear us? Like, is that the problem? Okay. Maybe because Dolores is also muted. Dolores, could I just ask you to put your question in the chat, because Dottie is going to monitor the questions online, because I can't monitor both at the same time. Okay, let's get started. So, really today what we're doing is, like, I'm going to present you an overview of the circular economy, and I'm also going to dive a bit into South Africa and the landscape of South Africa, and that's going to also be underpinned with circular economy case studies, so to make sure that you understand circularity in the real life environment, because I think that's what we're all excited about. And then we also have another project online they're going to present about their technological insights. And I'm going to speak to our partners in a second. So my name is Katharina Gihring. I'm the COO of the African Circular Economy Network, but I'm also leading Circular South Africa. And I'll tell you how these organizations are interlinked. And then today with me, I also have Mark in the background. Mark, just please put your hands up. So any questions, please engage also with Mark. And then we also have online Vasilis from W2W project as well. And then obviously, we always like to things to do with our partners in collaboration. So today we also have PEETS with us. I don't know if any of the PEETS team wants to say something about PEETS. You guys are happy about that, then maybe quickly let me do that, because I have previously actually worked for PEETS, so that's quite easy. So the University of Johannesburg's Process, Energy and Environmental Technology Station is one of quite a few technology stations that is supported through the Technology Innovation Agency, which is linked back to the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology. And the main mandate of these technology stations is really to make sure that the knowledge that sits within universities can be transferred to SMEs, but also to government on a provincial, national, and also municipality level, because we have so much amazing knowledge in universities, but unfortunately, I think universities are not always the best to give out the IP and make sure these things are actually being translated into real life. So that's where the tech stations are for. UJ PEETS is really, as I said, it's focused on the environment, and on the energy side of things, they also take care of water. I think it was air pollution back in the days as well, or air as such. And they have done quite a lot of projects around the city of Johannesburg as well, which is fantastic. So they always work in kind of this triple helix collaboration, where they pull in the partners together to work and solve for real life problems.
Can I just ask what's
PEETS, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, so that's the Process, Energy and Environmental Technology Station. Very long name.
Yeah. Oh, I see, yeah.
Okay, perfect. And then I'm going to just introduce Circular South Africa, the platform that's kind of bringing you the masterclass as well today. But for that, I'm going to quickly play a little video here. Let me do that now, and I hope the sound plays well. So that's a little bit about Circular South Africa. Let me just. So the platform was really created around South Africa and making sure that knowledge that we have and that different institutions are actually creating are placed into a central hub so that it's easily accessible, especially for new stakeholders that want to learn more about circular economy and the opportunities that are out there in South Africa. CSA is housed by the African Circular Economy Network. So that's in short ACEN basically. And the network was created almost 10 years ago when the co-founders saw that circular economy as a concept is gaining momentum in the global north, but they saw in Africa there isn't really any discussions as such happening, but also African representation isn't present on the global stage. And it's a massive, massive shortfall, especially in a discussion when we talk about resources and what happens to resources. So it was really out of that need that the founders said, well, we need to kind of create a network. And that was really run for 7-8 years by volunteers. And then over a long time, we actually gained more than 500 members. We represented 42 African countries. And we do also implement projects in different African countries, obviously aligned with our vision as well and with the members that we have on the ground. So we do work with partners together, but then it's really about the experts that we have on the ground and bring in the local expertise and perspective, right? I know a bit about Rwanda, but usually I reach out to my Rwandan chapter to say, what is the need here? What do we need to do here? How's the best way of implementing this? And then we have people doing those kind of project implementation, which is usually really exciting for me. Then another project that has been closed off, which ACEN was involved in, and it's also a European funded project. It was back then a Horizon 2020 project, which now is, the grant is called Horizon. It's a Just to CE project, which really looked for the first time at how just is the circular economy transition. And I'm going to speak a bit about that social aspect of the circular economy a little bit later, because that's quite important. And this project has also supported basically to create this masterclass and make it accessible to everyone. So I just want to acknowledge them as well. So today, the objective is really, as I kind of already highlighted, to understand what the circular economy is, current global trends with focus on materials and resources. Also making sure you guys understand the fundamental principles of the circular economy. You can almost apply it when you see a case study. And then also, I would love for you to have like almost professional goal on how to include the circular economy more in your work, which is a massive task as such. It's always baby steps, right? We can't change the world in one day. So for those guys that are online, I'm really sorry, but I think I'm going to ask you guys to, if you haven't done so, introduce yourself, please, in the chat, just to make yourself familiar with who else is in the online present room. Well, the other participants that are in the physical room, I kind of would like you to get up and to sort yourself in a circle according to how many years you have worked in your current position. So let's say I'm a researcher at UJ, I've been working there for 2 years, you're going to stand here, while let's say a municipality officer that has worked in their jobs for 5 years is going to stand there. So you guys need to start chatting to one another to get to know how long you have been actually working in your current position, so that it's also that we're not sitting in silos here in the room. So I want some movement and some actions from you guys.
You know,
Yeah.
just holistic. Like I know So I sympathy with this software cost. Now see
Oh, I can't. I think it seems like I can't actually write into the chat. Could you write into the chat for me? It's so weird. Hang on. Yeah. Can you maybe just write it in really great stable? Or maybe hang on. I can do. I think Piotr, let me give it a go. Okay, I need you guys to get up, get some black going. Hey, so. Yes. Oh, did you? Okay.
Just like a video of the city.
Yes. Guys, I ask you to get up. Otherwise, I'll have to class because I'm so tired. Check out. So you need to sort yourself by the years of experience that you have within your current position. So let's start with the person that has the, I guess that's only very recently in their new position. That doesn't mean they don't have a lot of experience here. And the person that has the most experience or like the most years in their current position over there. Don't be shy. Say like 8 months, okay, right?
What's the least day? Because I'm 4 years.
Yes, okay. 1 year. Okay, I think you guys need to scooch a little bit more here, over there. So are you guys all 1 year?
Yeah, it's 4 years.
Just 4 years? Okay, cool.
I'm saving my kids. Yeah, this way.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. So I think it's the last time it was really interesting. So people would just line up. You guys have done, I think, out of the necessity a curve.
Okay.
But it was really like the exercise was really about, because I said, please sort yourself in a circle around your years of experience that you have, and we naturally go into a line. And quite a lot of instances, people just go like, oh, okay, that's like what we do. So this is like a bit speaking to the topic around circular economy, how we really need to rethink, because we're very linear programmed, right? So I'll allude to that in a bit later. Cool. Thank you so much, guys.
How was it?
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Cool. So I'm going to engage with you guys a little bit more just to wake you up. So let me warm up the Slido. And then those of you who have a smartphone, they should be able to just scan the code. Also for you guys online, you can do that. Or go on slido.com. You either have mobile data, otherwise there is a guest Wi-Fi here as well. And then the question is really, why did you join today? Is it coming up? I did test it.
Let
me test my own technology.
Yeah,
It should work. I did test it yesterday as well. Okay. Are people answering? Did you guys answer? You're still morning. How are you? Is there one person online that can't be, guys? So also for the online chat, you guys can also actually answer the poll. So you can just log in onto slido.com. And then the code for this one is five of 4. It's really nice. I have 4 people on. Cool.
There we go.
So,
So you just
next
write-
password.
No, you really need it. You just answer the question.
Oh, answer that question.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yes.
okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll give everyone 1 more minute to just answer in. I'm going to have 2 more sliders, so just don't close it. It should actually renew the next question automatically, hopefully. Okay, that's good. Then maybe you can share some answers if people are dropping it into the chat as well. That's also fine. Good answer. Okay. Okay. I love this one. Organizer. Someone wants to get organized. Okay, gain and learn knowledge, guys. You're actually building sentences here together. That's fantastic. Okay, to gain more knowledge on the circular economy, to learn more about circular economy partnership, change. I love how someone typed in the Slido code. It's also very creative. Corporate. Okay, yeah, I'm talking a bit to business later on. Engagement. Okay, and to learn and have information that I can utilize in my business. Very interesting. Cool. Thank you so much for that one. Let's just hop on to the next one, and then I'll give you. Yes.
Why is it now slow? I'm not.
No, that's not a problem. Hello, venture. Oh, and I'm passionate about circular economy. It's great. I'm wondering what CC was. Did someone in, is it climate change? I assume. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Fantastic. Okay.
Someone's got a number. 5-0.
Yeah, that's the code for the Slido. Okay, so I think someone that was already logged into the Slido. Okay, fantastic. Then I see one more person's typing, but you can still actually answer to be educated. Great. Okay, let me go to the next Slido. And that is basically a poll, and it asks you what is your knowledge currently of the circular economy as well. So I think if you, because it's the same code, if you basically just update, it should actually update on your screen as well. Is the new question popping up on your screen? Yeah, perfect. And then you should be able to just tick. I hear silence, people are concentrating. Know the concept, that's great. It's about recycling, not really sure what it is. Have heard people talk about it, and an expert, we have an expert in the room. I wouldn't even consider myself an expert, to be honest, because you constantly learn. Like circular economy is like a rabbit hole, you never end up at the topic. I must say, but we do, like, that's the thing, we do have people obviously that are really like industry experts, or that are an expert in like polymer science, so they really know plastics inside out and can tell you exactly why we can't do certain things with it. So that's fantastic. Okay, thank you so much for that. So let's get started. One of my really, I am a bit of a science nerd as well, so one of my favorite publications is actually called The Impossibilities of the Circular Economy, and has been published quite a few years back, but they basically turned the publications into illustrations as well. So it's quite nice to actually look at. And I asked you guys actually about circular economy, and some people said it's about recycling, and it's actually not. So I think I'm going to speak about, it's partially about that, but I'll speak about that in a second. So I think what I really like about that illustration is if the economy kind of keeps growing, the earth doesn't have enough raw materials, right? Like if our current economic system is just growing like it is, how we're consuming at the moment, we just don't have the materials to actually sustain countries and societies as well. So I think that's quite a nice one to understand that circularity is really about a systems change that needs to happen. We can't just paint our current economy with a green paintbrush and then things are just nicer for us. So where we currently at, and what is usually depicted, and I think you should be seeing it with the laser pointer now, is like a linear economy. It's a classical kind of, we take resources, we make product out of it, and then we discard it at the moment, right? And I'll speak through that value chain with a proper example later on, so that's much easier to understand as well, and why there are so many implications to how we are currently approaching our linear economy. Then this is basically the same illustrations, just different. It just shows you that there are a lot of externalities to how we are producing our products at the moment and how we are doing our things. So that really speaks to the environmental costs, but there's also toxins that are being released, waste that are being released into the environment, but there's also obviously health costs to it, to people and communities. So we do need to understand our materials a little bit better, and waste is really a human concept as such.
That's a big one.
Yeah, and it is a big one around recycling and waste management. So I'm going to speak to that a little bit more, but really nature doesn't as such know waste. And our economy is really built on wasteful production of goods and services, right? Consumerism drives what we call GDP and all these beautiful indicators that we have created back then when we also weren't really thinking about using and consuming so much. And obviously our population has also grown. Living standards are rising, which is fantastic, but it does have implications to our environment. So we really have kind of come to accept the existence of waste and pollution, and that there is resource depletion in our current economy. If you look at the dung beetle, it's one of the keystone species, with the elephant. If you look at a national park, this little species or this little bug has a key implications, but they're literally taking the dung, they're rolling their little balls, They dig it up, they put their eggs in, the larva goes out, and basically the ecosystem that way is fertilized. So he manually fertilizes the ecosystem, while the elephant is obviously going through the ecosystem with their trunks and just like rips down trees. Not always healthy either, but in general, that's how the ecosystem kind of stays in balance and how nutrients are being put back. So that's where I would say, yeah, nature doesn't really know waste. Let's come back to what do all these photos have in common, you think? So also you guys online, just have a look at the photos. What do you think do they have in common?
First one is research about whatever affects the environment, whatever. Trying to research, find out more.
I think they have materials in common.
Yes. Where do all our materials come from?
Oh yeah, materials in common.
The value chain, and where does the value chain come from? Like, where does it start?
Households.
No.
Nature.
That's it. Yeah. So our value chains all start with natures, right? If you go to a mining site, we dig up the ground to get to the ore, to get to gold, the diamonds, whatever. If we look at concrete, it's aggregates of materials as well. Chickens do need to be fed a certain amount of foods, antibiotics, whatever, to keep them healthy. The lady that's shopping there is looking at fabrics. Even synthetic fabrics are made out of fossil fuels. So it all comes at the end of the day from a nature-based, because our fossil fuel also comes from nature. Yeah, so I think that's really the basis. Then, if you want to dig a little bit deeper around, there is a global resource outlook report, which looks kind of at our global resources that we have available. And it makes a distinction between materials, so the ones that we are extracting from the earth and those that are resources. Well, that takes basically, so our materials are the biomass. You can think about crops, fossil fuels that I've already mentioned, like coal or oil, metals like gold, non-metallic metals like sand. So those are all the materials that we're extracting from the earth. And then resources, we speak really around materials, but also the land and water that is used to actually produce these goods and services, right? Because with every part of the supply chain, we need to use energy, we need to use water and transportation to make sure that we can actually get the finished product. So the land and water aspect is quite important as well. That report from UNEP is also really showing, or it has been tracking kind of our global material extraction throughout the last few decades. And what we see at the moment is that 2.3% we annually increased our resource extraction as well. Obviously, we can't constantly feed resources back into the system because they're locked into building, right? This building will probably stay here for 50 years, so you can't really account for it. But there are enough materials that are unfortunately extracted each year, and unfortunately that extraction is increasing. Even though our technology gets maybe better, we become better in efficiency, thinking about a product that we're producing in a factory, right, to cycle back the water, or using less energy as well. So material extraction is on the rise as well. And we obviously see that especially non-metallic minerals, so like sand, is quite important because we still see a lot of built infrastructure being put together. And also biomass, because we do have quite a big population. But I also speak a bit to the differences in the countries, right? Because each country has different development pathways as well. So we can't just say, okay, all countries shouldn't develop anymore, because we can't do that. So I'll speak to that specific country context in a bit as well. This is like quite a nice illustration where we thought, well, it's kind of ego versus ecocentric. So egocentric is the human is at the top and everything kind of filters down, like all the species. Well, actually, we are part of the ecosystem, right? If the ecosystem and our environment isn't healthy, we're not going to be healthy, because our food comes from the environment. We want clean air, we want clean water. So that's quite important to live within the environment. This graph is quite old. It's from 2010, actually. And the idea here was, if you're born in 2010 as a toddler or baby, you're born in 2010, it basically says, okay, for you, the oil is going to last till 2050. Coal, you can see, is still going to last quite a while. South Africa has quite a lot of resources around it. But especially these industrial metals like zinc, silver, gold, copper, by 2030, we have a crisis actually in gold availability, in zinc availability, in silver availability. I'm sure these stats have been updated because back obviously in 2010, our renewable energy technologies weren't as far developed as well. So actually, if you go and look in renewable energy technologies, there's always a drawback to everything. They use actually more minerals and metals that are put into these technologies. And these are also locked in, but we also need to unlock them later on, right? It's great if we all have PV solar panels on the roofs, which is important, but we need to make sure they're recycled or taken care of at end of life in a proper way as well. So that's, otherwise we don't get hold of these resources again. Okay, do I need to quickly give a break or can I continue? Okay, yes, okay, perfect. Okay, so I left that quote here from Janusz Potocnik. He is the international chair of the International Resource Panel. These guys are basically monitoring globally how we're using our resources. And he said that the material footprint is dangerously under-discussed. Most climate solutions focus on the root cause of the crisis. The discussion of climate often centers on the carbon emissions, which is of course important, while the focus on overshoot highlights the material usage, waste outputs, and growth of human society, all of which affect the Earth's biosphere. So he basically says, in the climate change discussion, we often lack the focus also on the materials that are actually, obviously, releasing greenhouse gas emissions that are contributing to climate change. Issues on material extraction, well, it's quite clear. I showed you the graph. We're increasing our resource and extraction, and it is the main driver for our triple planetary crisis that we speak about, right? Then material use has increased, so more than 3 times over the last 50 years. That's pretty insane. 3 times over the last 50 years. That's 5 decades. That's really, really short time. And what the report also says is that if we want to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals, we require decoupling. So that means basically what you want to achieve is still a healthy society while consuming less materials. And again, the scenarios for countries are quite different. There's relative and absolute decoupling. So if you want to get into the science of it, go to the report, have a look at that as well, because they speak quite strongly around that. Here, that's I think the country side that I wanted to highlight is that high-income countries use 6 times more materials per capita and are responsible for 10 times more climate impacts per capita than low-income countries. If we look at the historical data, right, high-income countries have obviously developed really well, but they are also responsible for the climate crisis as such. And there's also really, if we're only focusing on the supply side, so the production measures, we also need to focus on the consumption measures side. So the supply side is the one side of the thing. Companies obviously produce because there's a consumer demand, but we also need to look at, okay, how can we dampen consumption? It's not only on the consumer, right? I don't want to drive that paradigm. I think it's a thing that a government, a corporate, and a consumer needs to drive together. And Janusz in his statement has mentioned the planetary boundaries. That's how they have basically been developed by the Stockholm University. So again, please have a look. The sources are there. And what it shows here is basically, if this is our planet, let me rather highlight it here. If this is our planet, these are basically our safe boundaries, right? However, what we see at the moment, that of the 9, the 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries have been crossed over. So that's basically what the red lining marks. So I think what is maybe the easiest to look at is climate change. So you see, for example, CO2 concentration is quite strong at the moment. So we are unfortunately overstepping here. And then novel entities that also speaks to like microplastics, for example, that are now in our stratosphere and that actually might have an environmental but also health impact on us. What I always like to highlight, because we are in South Africa, in Africa, we are a water scarce country. It's freshwater resources. So we see that we are using too much fresh water, considered blue water, And then there's also green water around what we are polluting, unfortunately, or where there is eutrophication happening in our fresh waters. Sorry, the first few slides are very depressing. We're going to get better very soon. Okay, I love this graph. I think back in the days when the research came out, it was quite novel. So what they did is, and that's why I talked about the planetary boundaries, to just give you an idea of what they are around the 9 planetary boundaries is. They looked at, okay, so we are overstepping planetary boundaries, but how well are countries doing? Meaning how well they call it the Human Development Index. How well is each country reaching the Human Development Index? So countries like, let's say, Germany is up here and Switzerland, they have a very low shortfall. So that means their Human Development Index is very high, right? They have healthcare in place, they have proper education systems in place, they have a safe societies, people can walk around and all these things. However, and that's unfortunately the downfall of this, is these countries are also massively overshooting or transgressing planetary boundaries. And that's coming back to what I showed you before, that countries have actually, high income countries have used 6 times more resources or materials. If we're looking at other countries that unfortunately are not doing so good on the social side of things, right, on the Human Development Index, Côte d'Ivoire sits somewhere here, but they're also not overshooting our transgressing planetary boundaries. South Africa is slightly different, and that is a little bit concerning, because unfortunately, we are sitting here. So I hope you guys can see this, and we should you as well. So we are having a high shortfall on the human side of things, but we're also transgressing our borders massively compared to a lot of other African countries. And again, this comes in where we have high income and low income communities as well, right? Our high income communities, they are having 2, 3 houses sometimes in the country that have a massive footprint. So yeah, that is not so good. But I think what the study just really shows is putting into perspective that the social aspect of that we need to have well taken care of communities is really important. Costa Rica is a little bit of an outlier, actually. There's another graph. They unfortunately are starting to transgress more boundaries. But, and what I didn't mention is this little tail that kind of follows the country is basically the data from 1992 to 2015. So for a while, Costa Rica was actually developing quite well from the Human Development Index without transgressing planetary boundaries. I don't know exactly how they did that, but they seem to have really put a lot into like building the state, building quite a good state, healthy societies, and then they started to consume more. And that's where you see them all of a sudden turning right. Okay.
Questions?
Yeah, sure.
So ideally, where we
Sorry.
to be for any country?
For any country, we're really, I mean, ideal scenario, which I don't think we're going to reach, is in basically want to be up there with the tenses. So you kind of want to have, you don't want to transgress planetary boundaries, right? But you want to have a very high Human Development Index. So that means we kind of live, I guess, in balance with nature. And we also, if I go back to this slide, we are all in the greens here, and we are not transgressing all these planetary boundaries, because the problem is the second we are transgressing, we see like extreme weather events, right? We link that back to obviously climate change, but also obviously we might have droughts, fresh water isn't as available, it has a massive impact on our agricultural sector. So what we really want to be is like here, where the number 10 is. That would be great. That's ideal scenario. Sorry.
I think sort of like answered my question a bit, but I wanted to ask, how do you define the planetary boundaries? What do you consider as climate change?
Yeah, so this is a very good question. So these are basically, so land system change is I can explain all of them, but land system change, for example, is how we are changing land, right? We use land to build like an infrastructure, like a city, for example. Agriculture could be land system. You can think about deforestation, for example. Freshwater change is about how much do we pollute our freshwater, how much fresh water is available. biochemicals flows. This is phosphorus and nitrogen, as far as I know. This is basically what we're also using in the agricultural sector as synthetic fertilizer that we're releasing sometimes too much downstream and ends up in the water and in the air. And then ocean acidification means basically the pH value. Have you heard about coral bleaching? So in some parts of the world, like think about Australia, they have these beautiful coral reefs, right? So if you would think about diving, they have these coral reefs that grow maybe a few millimeters a year. They're quite important for basically having fishes living around them and another ecosystem. And what we see with ocean acidification, so the acidity of the ocean is increasing. These corals are starting to die off. And the corals are beautiful. Like if you look at them, they're like, you know, red and pink. And once they start bleaching, they lose their colors. They just die off. And it's like this perfect example how an ecosystem is completely starting to collapse because the fishes can't live there anymore. Other animals, let's say a shark, can't feed off the fishes anymore. So it has this whole ripple effect. Atmospheric aerosol loading, I would need to read up exactly how this is defined, but it's probably the particular matter, so the pollution that we have in the air. Stratospheric ozone depletion, we have gone back on this one, interesting one. So I think in the 80s, the ozone layer that kind of protects us from the sun was starting to actually, well, there was actually a hole above Australia. So there the skin cancer rate was really, really high the decades after. So this ozone layer is quite important to us, as much as the sun is important for us to actually get through the layer as well, but not to that extreme. And then novel entities I've spoken to is things that we introduce to the environment, like microplastics. Climate change, we've spoken about. And then biosphere integrity, this is quite complex, defined, and the genetic one is also like, you can think about genetic diversity in an ecosystem, which is also quite important. So if you think about wild populations, let's say giraffes, elephants, all of these, if they're only in a confined space, they can obviously only breed with one another, right? So the genetic diversity might also be lower as well, especially if we build more infrastructure and basically segregate these populations. So, however, if you're interested in these planetary boundaries, go to the website. They really explain it brilliantly and give you an amazing breakdown of these boundaries as well and how they have defined them. And they have actually adapt them as well as they go along with the latest scientific research. Okay, then global circularity. So in 2018, a foundation in the Netherlands kind of spearheaded to see, okay, how circular are we actually globally, right? This is very difficult to measure, right? Like we all know there is massive, especially in developing countries, there's a massive data access problem. So we don't sometimes have the data available to us. So please take this data always with a pinch of salt. But globally, we said, okay, we are 9.1% circular. We would obviously like to be 100% circular. I mean, this is ideal scenario, can't happen, but we don't want to go backwards. And that's what we have been doing. And that is linked to that material extraction as well, that we're not feeding back into our economy. So in 2020, they said, okay, we went to 8.6%, and 2023, we went to 7.2%. So we are unfortunately declining because we're consuming more, but we haven't manufactured products in this perfect way. Even this one, this is actually a good example. So I think if you think about Apple, if you know for the iPhone, they have a robot that takes the iPhone apart, right? So if you send it into Apple, they will take the iPhone apart to basically get those resources back into production line. Fantastic idea. Now they have, I think the first one was called Daisy. They have now started, they want to replace Daisy because Daisy is unfortunately a little bit too slow for them in the manufacturing line. The new robot, though, starts smashing the iPhone. So now you're losing, for example, the glass. You can say it's a very cheap component, but it is part of the materials. And they do that out of efficiency purposes. So this is like thinking about, okay, how can you adapt a manufacturing line so that you can actually extract all these materials again? But how also do you build this thing so that you can take it apart at the end of life, right? You don't want to build a highly functional technology and then end of life comes around and you're like, oh shit, I need to actually take this thing apart. So how am I doing this? And I'll speak about the product design just now. So I think this is the slide that I was a little bit targeting to is the different country profiles, basically. So the shift countries, you can, no, let me think about the shift countries. So these countries, basically, they require to shift. That is the Germany, the Switzerland, the Norway, the countries that are highly consumer driven, right? That consume a lot of products. And you can see actually how they're also contributing again to the planetary boundaries of climate change, ocean acidification. So the thicker this line is, the more they basically contribute to that. However, you also see countries, countries that are currently becoming so-called, I hate it, but it's called developing countries. And it's like China or India that all of a sudden put massive infrastructure in place, have massive manufacturing lines, usually also deliver the products to the shift countries. A lot of shift countries don't have these massive manufacturing lines in place. And we have built countries, and you see here, so the grow countries, they contribute quite a lot from a current perspective, not from a historical perspective, but from a current perspective, they contribute quite a lot to these planetary boundaries that we are transgressing them. And then you see the built countries, and these are really countries where they struggle to meet the basic needs of people. You can think about Madagascar, for example. So they don't develop the infrastructure. They might extract small amount. I know Madagascar is maybe not the best example because they're also deforesting quite a lot. South Africa, to be honest, I'm not quite sure if it fits into the grow or the build scenario. I think it's like in between almost, because we're definitely not at the moment, maybe shift, you said shift, that's interesting, because we also need to shift partially. So I think South Africa is quite an interesting one because on the one hand, we don't meet the needs of most people in our population, right? Basic needs like water accessibility, electricity accessibility, but then also we unfortunately do transgress quite strongly on the planetary boundaries as well. So again, this needs to be looked at quite nuanced, and this is just like country profiles that they have identified are kind of key country profiles. And sectors that they focus on that are actually, so if you look at, for example, planetary boundaries, the sectors that they see as sectors that should shift because they're quite resource intensive and they're also contributing to the planetary boundary transgression. Let's look at nutrition. So nutrition would be food systems, right? It's our agricultural system, how foods are being produced, how it's being brought to the consumer. And there you can look, for example, phosphorus emission, and it would be like the synthetic fertilizers that we are using, that we obviously also have to gain from somewhere to actually fertilize our grounds. So they are focusing on food systems, built environment, manufacturing of goods, transport and mobilities, and others could be services that they're defining. But these are the sectors that they say globally we really need to focus on because they're quite resource intensive and contribute quite strongly to these planetary boundaries. Okay. Let's have a look at South Africa. Going to ask you guys if you were attentive. So how circular is South Africa? Very, very attentive. As I said, in 2023, the percentage was around 7.2%. So that means we are below the global average. However, again, the study that was conducted was kind of the first of its kind. And you don't need to look in detail into this graph. It was conducted based on 2017 data in 2021. And again, South Africa is a country that has a lot of data luckily available. However, we do lack also our data. And basically what this beautiful material flow diagram shows you is that we're very good in the extraction side of things. Obviously, I mean, part of our economy is based on the mining sector, but we also have quite a strong agriculture sector. And then we have quite a strong use of these resources that we extract. Let's think about coal for energy. And then we are also obviously making sure that we are building our infrastructure. So we do add stock to our infrastructure. And I'll speak to the built environment in a bit, in South Africa specifically. But the diagram, basically, if you just look at it, it's very linear. So we extract and then we either export it, give it away, but we are not really closing the loop. So the little bit of loop that we do have in our economy, that's where the 6% comes in, is that there is 3% of material that's being reused. And then we do have quite a bit of materials that are being recycled. And this is a lot of the waste, the packaging waste you can think about. So if you look at the informal sector, the reclaimers, that's then basically contributing to the 6%, because they are absolutely magnificent in filtering a lot of the recyclable goods out of the waste streams.
It's not doing.
Hmm?
It's not doing, but we recycle.
Yes. So
that's what we do.
yeah.
Get it from the communities and separate it. So the landfills doesn't go to the landfills.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, especially since I'm sure there are some, I saw online at least some municipality officers on there, but I know it's a headache throughout all the municipalities in South Africa that our landfill sites are being filled up
Yeah, there's no
very
space
quickly.
anymore.
There's no space. If you pile up more and more waste, the landfills are collapsing. Yeah, it's a headache to the communities, but also the waste ends up in the environment, right?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't as such, well, it degrades, but very slowly as such as well. So that's part of it. And we do have a little bit of biological cycling happening in the country, if you think about composting.
Yes.
But it's also on a very small scale. Most of our landfill sites are actually full of organic matters, which we could actually use to do anaerobic digestions. We could create fertilizers from it. We could do black soldier flies from it, which could become feedstock for the livestock. So there is lots of opportunities in the system. Okay. The urgency to transition, I think this is like always the country overshot days. It's not very nice, I feel like, to look at. But basically what this network, the Global Footprint Network, has done is look at countries and look at when has each country kind of used their resources for the year. Because each country has obviously allocated resources for the year. I think this is, hang on, this is Qatar. I can't read it. I think it is Qatar and Luxembourg. Qatar and Luxembourg don't do so well. February 4th, they are devils with their resources, right? So they are using 10 more months of resources that they technically don't have. So that's not so good. We do have one country that doesn't do too bad, and I think this is Uruguay, actually. That's like hitting 17th of December. You want technically that all the countries hit 31st of December, right? Because then we would be aligned. Looking at South Africa, we're always somewhere around June, July. So 6 months of the year, we're doing good. And then 6 months, it's not like we do good for 6 months of the year and the other 6 months we do terribly. It's just like how our resource allocations are. Okay. I think I'll just skip this graph. That's more like our ecological deficit. It's quite technical. But also interesting to look at. We are basically really overstepping the line here. And then I think what is quite interesting is this map. And again, please pinch of salt, because trade data is globally available. But yeah, it's tricky sometimes to define these. So South Africa exports 1.4% globally. So that's what we kind of trade in from the global mass that's being traded. If you think about 100%, we have 1.4%. We trade quite a bit with the US, which isn't great. Our main trading partner, you can say, is China at the moment. And then there's quite a bit going to the European Union, India as well. So these are the countries that we import our goods to or raw resources to. Now, what I've done is on this graphic is to look at, unfortunately, there are not that many commodity types that you can click on. It would be great if you could really zoom down on commodity types like diamonds and like certain finished goods. But what you see here, metals and minerals, this is what we trade hugely. So basically what we extract from a mine site mostly leaves the country. We don't have further processes in our country. It mostly goes to China, but also the US, Germany and Switzerland. Wondering if Switzerland probably takes the gold out of the sea, and then Japan as well. So again, just different representation. We are these commodities is metals and minerals, fossil fuels and agriculture produce. So these are the top 3 commodities we are trading basically with other countries, with the world. If you look at the other way around, would be import into South Africa. So mostly also finished goods. It's a lot. Look at this. So these are all the countries we actually import products from. So let me show you the first slide. So this is what we give to the world. And this is what we get put into the country. So what does that mean? We are very, very reliant on a global supply chain. We're not very self-resilient in that way of having
a lot of knowledge regarding that. That's why.
Yeah, that as well. But I think what's showing here is really that we are importing a lot of finished goods back into the country. So we're exporting our minerals and metals. We don't have such a strong manufacturing sector. And then
That's where we're lacking, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The world now is getting manufacturing plants in.
Yeah.
Because we're getting so much of recyclables, but like you say, in the graphs it's showing it's going up. It's not staying here.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So commodities that we interestingly also import into countries is fossil fuels. That's mainly oil actually. So it's not the coal, but it's oil. And then we do also import metals and minerals and agricultural produce as well. So it would be nice if these commodities could be split more into like really depth groupings. But I think it just shows that, yeah, our global supply chain is quite, we're quite dependent on other countries. What is recently found was a study that an organization has done. They looked at e-commerce and e-commerce in South Africa. And what they have found is basically that over the past 5 years, platforms like Shein and Temu have rapidly captured market share in South Africa's clothing, textile, and leather market. So they are basically, in the last 5 years, they accounted for over 1/3 of all online clothing sales. Within 5 years, 1/3. That's massive. Great to think about the produce are cheap, they're affordable. However, it does have repercussion to our local industries as well because they're not as competitive. So that means we have lost 960 million rands in local manufacturing sales. There is also more than 2,800 jobs that have been lost. And then obviously also retail jobs that are over 5,000 that have been obviously displaced due to e-commerce. Obviously that will happen because it's e-commerce is going to take place whether we want it or not. But it does is projected that by 2030, almost 34,000 jobs could be displaced. I think this is quite interesting to also consider, right? It's like why we say local is lekker, to make sure that we do support local companies as well. And then what we also find is that, okay, South Africa is still laggers behind global average on e-commerce, like emerging markets like Brazil and Vietnam, but I think that's less important for this discussion at the moment. But I think, yeah, quite interesting to just keep in mind as well, because these international companies, they will sell to South Africa, but also other African countries. And the problem is what we see is with the fashion and the goods that are coming in, they're not very long, they're affordable and cheap, right? That's great, but they're not long lasting and durable. That means they're being discarded very quickly. And at the moment, we can't really deal with leather and textile waste very well globally. It's quite a problem. So yeah, that's another issue that we do need to tackle. Okay, later on, I would like you guys to just like take part of this knowledge. So we've started that with Circular South Africa around circular economy in the country, because we would kind of just like to measure where the knowledge is in the country, because we still see a massive knowledge gap. You also can enter a winning, have like a raffle prize as well. So you can win like a upcycled laptop case some kefir, and a really nice book on circularity in agriculture actually as well. So I'm going to show you the link later on again, but if you're keen to participate, please do, because we really would like to do it kind of each year to see, okay, what's the knowledge within our country as well on circular economy. But it's also for the online participants. Okay. Fantastic. Okay, so let's get to the nicer part of this presentation. I love this. Screw it, let's do it. I think Richard Branson said it once, and they have it actually at the Entrepreneurial Center in Cape Town hanging. So I think it's always like, okay, there's lots of stuff happening in the world that are not so great, but we can change things as well. That's the positive side of things. So, and this is my last slide to you guys. What do you think we need to change? We have already chatted a little bit about that. There isn't really a wrong answer, to be honest, as well, because probably from your field of expertise, you might also bring something completely different in.
Connecting first, start on.
Don't stress. Good. Are there any questions so far? Is something unclear as well? Or like...
No, what I found is it's not a question. Like I said, I'm in the recycling business. The place that we have is quite big. The back space, there's nothing happening there. People are just dumping.
Yeah.
So we've asked for the back place because we want to be a biopic center and a manufacturing center.
Nice.
But that we're getting from government and from pick it up, it's not
Not
easy.
easily good enough, yeah.
Because if we can get space at the bank, we will alleviate a little, but
I know.
What's going out of materials that's going out. Do you understand? And the economy of the actual place where we live in Elder Park, our community. I told her that we can hire people, 100 people, they do what would we do for the community?
Yeah, amazing. Yeah.
Do you understand my
Totally.
But just, I don't know what to do.
With getting the land, you mean the available? It's
there.
been, believe me, that's been a struggle, like even with UJ, where we were thinking
Because I
about
was in
it.
2009 with this, but 2022, I found guys that is really interested in this and helping me with this project, and we're running with it now. So since last year, we've got some partners. But to get this thing just off the ground.
It's, yeah, you're not alone in that struggle, isn't it?
No.
It's a lot of people. And land availability, interestingly enough, is not just an issue for guys that want to do recycling, but also for the agriculture guys that want to do farming. Okay. No, don't, you can answer it, we'll add it to it.
Okay.
You need a mindset change, engagement of corporates, more education on circular economy, facilities, I think you've spoken about that. Youth, yes, inclusion of youth. We need, I think also land, energy, water, yes, absolutely. Stop littering and pollution, yes. Embed circularity in policies, and this speaks also to you, yes. Yes, absolutely. So actually Westro, it's the Western Cape's kind of arm of engaging with corporates and manufacturers, and also those that want to invest into the province. They have actually just released a guideline on circular economy for CEOs. It's quite interesting. So that they are looking at this, and this is also about, okay, you need to make people aware that there's a different way of doing things. Also, obviously, at a top management level, right? But we need to give people that are doing startups and that are really doing important work in the SME space and in a smaller business space, much more support as well, and like accessing financing. It's a massive issue, not just in South Africa. It's a massive issue globally, because circularity, and again, I speak to that, is seen a lot of the times as a very risky business models because there isn't that much data on it, on the business models itself, and then the banks say, don't have data on it, can't help, unfortunately. So again, it's also about changing how financial institutions lend money and make financing available. Okay. So what is the circular economy? I've spoken a lot to it. So again, we have seen a linear economy before. There is a recycling economy. And then the circular economy is you really want to make sure these materials are retained as much as possible within the economy before they are even being recycled, right? Because again, recycling is part of the equation, but it's also water, energy, logistically intense as well. So it does require resources. In the beginning, the video also said these are like the 3 original principles that are kind of globally accepted around circularity. And it's really around designing out waste and pollution, regenerate natural system, and keep products and materials in use. And this is quite an important one, right? We want to make sure that our products are used as long as possible before we actually give them, hopefully, to a recycling facility. What we have done is we've also looked at these principles. They all obviously make sense. However, we also think that benefiting all members of society should be a core principle of the circular economy. You can obviously think about it as humans, we are part of nature. We could fit under the regenerate natural systems aspect, but I do think, especially from an African perspective, we need to make sure that we do have this benefiting members of society in it. Because the circular economy can also be only serving a few people in an elite, not the entire society. So again, these systems need to be designed and put properly in place. So Patrick Schroeder, and there are many definitions around circularity. He says, entails keeping materials and products in circulation for as long as possible at the highest value, if you think about it. So if I can actually fix my phone multiple times myself, I don't actually need to buy a new phone.
Yes.
Makes it much, much more affordable for me. And actually the company can sell me parts if they want to, instead of me giving this away. And he says, okay, possible at their highest value through practices such as reuse of products, sharing of underused assets. Underused assets could be even cars, right? Our cars mainly sit 80% of the time. I know it's also a safety issue in South Africa, but I think taxis are the only cars in this country that are used 100% mostly, except for the nighttime. But any other product is basically, it's underutilized, or underutilized spaces as well. You can think about abandoned car parks that could actually be used to, let's do hydroponic farming or aquaponic farming. Repairing, recycling, and remanufacturing. And again, I'll speak to this R letter in a little bit. Just if you think about circularity, this is kind of the classical example of the circular economy, or like the original diagram of a circular economy. In the middle, basically, you have the linear economy that I've explained before, where we extract materials, we produce products, and then we discard them. I think they put here energy recovery or landfilling there. And in a circular economy, you want to basically, or you differentiate usually between a technical nutrient cycle. I love how to use the word nutrients, but it's basically, think about gold or steel that's also being used, and then a biological cycle as well. That could be your agricultural produce or your offcuts from a garden. And what you want to do in a circular economy, so once basically you have produced, you have designed your product, it's on the market, the consumer is using it, you want to make these loops as tight as possible. So that means what I just said before about my phone, I want to maintain that phone as much as possible before basically I can give the phone away. Someone else might be able to reuse the phone. Then we only want to refurbish or remanufacture it, where you might exchange quite a few parts of it, but you can still use it. And only right at the end, you want to recycle it. That's when you dismantle the whole thing and take out the parts that are really important to you. And the same or the similar kind of thinking goes from a biological nutrient cycle, but obviously you like with a product like, let's say, food, we consume that quite quickly. We might have food waste. There, we don't want it to actually end up on the landfill. So what I said also before is like around, maybe we want to actually extraction of biochemical feedstock. So some people actually use mango peels to create vegan leather. Completely crazy, but you can do that. So some people actually use certain skins or fruits to make something else out of it. And they're actually producing products that can be sold on the market for quite a nice price as well. So it's not just ending up on the compost. But obviously, if you can't take care of the nutrients, what you want to do is you could do anaerobic digestions. Unfortunately, that hasn't worked in South Africa so well, but in other African countries, it's quite a common practice. It's basically this little closed off, what do I call it, container is taking care of all the waste that's being chucked in there. It has to be quite well monitored as well, but then you could use the gas for cooking, while massive industrial large-scale plants can actually use the gas to generate energy from it, and the sludge that comes out of it you could use as fertilizer as well. And one of the case studies we show you later is around black soldier flies, which is happening quite a bit in South Africa, which is for me quite exciting because there's, again, really lots of communities included. Okay, let's go away. So this is called the butterfly diagram of the circular economy. It's kind of the iconic diagram. I really like this diagram that UNEP, the United Nations Environmental Program, has put together, where this is kind of, again, this is the linear approach that I've showed you before, from extraction to production to use and end of use. And then basically painting in the circular economy processes. So here, a user could say, well, I refuse a product. I don't actually consume a product. I don't use the paper cup. I bring my own cup along. Reduce material use and also reuse it, right? So here, again, the product actually stays in circulation, or you use less of something. Then there are obviously the other cycles in place that I've also alluded to. In the production line, you could say, okay, from the user, it goes back to say, I repair my jeans or my fabric. Refurbishment, you could, again, think about, we need to apply or fix multiple parts of it. And then remanufacture is also where we take parts from this phone, but we use some parts to actually create a new phone, while the rest is being recycled and discarded. Then if you think about the end of use, we do have repurpose and recycle in there. And again, these circles become wider and wider the more we cascade down. So really at end of life, we think about repurposing and recycling. And I think this is why I like this diagram the most, is really they already speak about reduction by design. So here, I think they punt quite strongly the design phase of a product or service is really key in a circular economy. And I'll allude to that in a bit more about, from a business perspective, how that can also be done and how that has to be done with ecosystem players, because as a business, you can't do everything as well. So what's missing here? We've spoken about obviously energy, water, biodiversity, and obviously the social component. So that's obviously not part of this diagram, but is part of this entire equation. And then I think before we even looked at the just aspect of the circular economy, there was a publication that took the butterfly diagram and said, well, it's nice that it's like very material and resource focused, but we actually need to think about humans as like a centerpiece into this butterfly diagram. So you can think, and I really like this, they've thought about individual well-being. So we need to have sustainable lifestyles and livelihoods that sustain individual well-being. We could have, for example, circular economy community initiatives that create community resilience and belonging, so that you could think about a co-working space or workshop where people can come together, they share their tools, they share their knowledge, they share maybe fabrics, just exchange with one another, so that people can actually have this knowledge accessible to them. So I think, again, this is really, really important, because I don't think if we don't manage equitable and inclusive societies, that a circular economy as such will be very progressive, because then it's just another concept that we have gone through. And in 10, 20 years' time, it's maybe called something else. So we went then from sustainable development goals to circular economy to something else. So I think that human component is really, really key. Okay, so if you look at circular economy, there are many definitions. Globally, there are more than 200 plus definitions. If you, again, you can dig into the academic literature around it. The academics are still discussing about it. There is a standard, it's called the ISO 59004 standard, that has kind of defined the circular economy around it is an economic system that uses a systemic approach to maintain a circular flow of resources by recovering, retaining, or adding to their value while contributing to sustainable development. Still a very broad definition. I think the circular economy will always be quite a broad concept, and it's what makes it sometimes so difficult, because people might think they speak about circular economy, but it might mean something else as well. So sometimes it's quite good to define it before you actually engage with stakeholders around how do they actually see a circular economy. Okay. I don't know, have you guys heard about like green and blue economies before as concepts? Okay. So I think, again, there's just lots of confusion, and even myself, I just needed to kind of put this little illustration together and be like, okay, what does that mean, and where does the circular economy sit within all of these different concepts that we speak about? And I'll quickly go through that. So for me, overarching is kind of the green and the blue economy. So obviously, green economy is speaking about, can we use more renewable materials in our production line? How can we make sure that our systems are more regenerative? And the blue economy speaks more about the aquatic systems, right? If you think of fishery in the ocean, how can we make sure actually that there is sustainable development around that? And this also includes sustainable development. Then the circular economy for me is like a bit the tool. So how do we actually get to a green and a blue economy? And then subset of tools is basically the circular economy models or business models, because we need to change these business models. And also like bioeconomy. Bioeconomy really speaks around regenerative materials that we use in our economy. So instead of using fossil-based materials, we use those that can be regenerated, that we can maybe draw from nature. And lastly, and I think this we've chatted about quite a bit, is resources and materials. All economic systems are based on nature, basically. And this is where, again, the ecosystem services or the ecosystems and biodiversity is coming in as basically the cornerstone or the fundamental part of our economic system. So this is what I have in my mind. I'm sure other people would argue differently or discuss it differently, but I think this puts it a little bit in order, so that circular economy is almost like the how-to tool to achieve a sustainable development. Okay, are we still feeling fresh?
I think we can take a break now. Are you ready for break?
Okay. Then can I ask you guys to that we get started in 10 minutes again?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And then I hope the online people can also quickly grab a coffee as well. Perfect.
Oh, you can start.
We mentioned like starting about taking up necessary. So that's like thing like
And that's where I would say our like, yeah, but I'm extending the problem. So. Yeah, so insights really, so I think I'll definitely check them out. I don't know, you can really please, but I'm working with the researcher who's doing landscape analytics in the beginning of the States, and I'm also working with my friends. You should it's just about like the market intelligence, you know, it's like sort of overload for renewable energy. So to be honest, it's a really tricky field. I think internationally you find quite a lot in case studies, and then maybe look at from case study design, study research, but also look at okay, what balance? Maybe like if you interview UX design as well, because they are quite around. That was starting. Yeah, it's so starting. You don't see it and then yeah. But it's not the I mean, it takes a bit of actually labels. Also, it's not actually is. I didn't know that there was a connection from often because they have so which is one of the bigger ways to like to the backend. But it took me a while to figure it out. So instead of just stop kind of looking myself myself and out of my own eyeballs. It's not like it's not you know where it's like toxic. He hasn't seen it. Sure, it's like how let's put that there's substances. It's like stage say I'm keeping up that big stage with it be done into something. And you can be like, oh my god, so it makes it accessible to other people that actually can see this. Also, it was trying an up years ago, actually, it's in position of wow, it's so much more search now because everything's actually on like question can and you see that so strengths and patterns are being worked out.
Sure.
It's like renewable energy plants in the up to the 80s and show what they could be. So it's, and then obviously there's the voices, right? And it's something, it's so much of the yeah, it's smallest.
And she was saying, a lot of the vibe.
It's a necessity. Yeah.
We just wait to stay with the slow.
Yeah. So that's just this all.
It's my company, so most organizations in the space, but I she was saying that I'm
so we usually either you kind of try to like and in this time then I know that's yeah, I think yes. So yes. It's maybe with the resource and basic connection because it's my
Yeah, and I'm going to say, I mean, it's amazing.
Okay. Just want to see how we're doing time-wise. We're doing quite well, guys. I think, well, we're slightly behind, but it's okay. Okay. Okay, are you feeling ready for this one?
You might have seen people here.
No, please eat, guys. Like, you're all human beings with needs. Like, this is not a standard lecture. That's why I said, please also like engage with me throughout it. As I said, I'm throwing a lot of information at you, and I'm doing this to give you kind of really like a solid and comprehensive understanding, I hope. But also we're going to share the slide deck with you guys. So that's why I've put all the sources in there so that you can, if you're interested in specific topics, that you can go through it yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, so this next part is really, it's called the story of stuff, and it's the example of the supply or the value chain that I alluded to earlier. It is not developed by us, it's developed by a consultancy called Metabolic, which is quite big and has done massive modeling. But I think it's quite a nice thing of how they've done this and put this together. Okay, so what we're doing now is basically we're following a laptop through its life, if I can say it that way. And that's, again, here the text is very clear on this. It's like, okay, let's look at a laptop, right? It's a very powerful tool, and it has been curated with different components in a very complex arrangement of materials so that it can actually function and do the things that it's supposed to do. And so we see some materials are easy to access, could be steel, for example, while other materials are extremely rare. If you have heard about rare earth metals, for example, that also sit in the laptop, it's actually, funnily enough, they use it as rare earth metals. It's not about how rare earth metals are. It's more about the amount that are available. And this is basically, again, this basic and generic supply chain of most products that are followed within our economy. So this is really around, again, this linear economy model that we've spoken to about it. And I'm kind of punting this over and over and over to you in different forms so that I hope one of these kind of examples also sinks in. So let's start with the extraction of the laptop. We can see that obviously we need critical raw materials such as silicon dioxide, lithium, cobalt, and copper, right? So that needs to be mined. It's usually also mined at different mine sites, right? It's not that we get all materials at the same mine sites. These mine sites are usually extremely focused on one material, where obviously also the materials are existing, or those raw materials are existing. Then the raw materials are usually refined, right? We need to refine them, we need to get them out of the ore, and then they are being processed into components. So with the laptop, it would be the battery, could be a plastic casing, it could be a steel casing, or the plastic on the keyboard. It could be the semiconductors, the glass, printed circuit boards that we need, the graphic card. All of these components need to be produced somewhere. Usually, again, happening in different manufacturing line. It doesn't happen in the same company. Then, if we go to the next step, it goes to the assembly line. This is where now all the components are for the first time coming together. So think about Microsoft or Apple, Asus, all of these guys, they buy in these components. Some of these components they manufacture themselves, but most components they buy in from third parties, and then they start assembling them so that we actually are getting the final product, our laptop that we want to have. And then it goes to the market. We are actually buying it as a consumer, right? we're getting it from a shop or online, if we're into e-commerce, and then the product is being used by the consumer at the house or wherever we go. And this is actually where the product has the highest value as well. So once it has been assembled, the user is starting to use it, it has the highest values, and obviously the value is then depreciating. Same with a car, right? Cars are crazy. If you buy a new car and you drive off the dealership, it loses 40% of its value. So don't buy a new car, guys. I'm just saying, so the value obviously of the product is depreciating over time, right? Okay, so basically what you've seen now with the laptop, that's the same kind of generic supply chains that you see for our textiles, that you maybe see for the other electronic goods or consumer goods, let's say shampoo, but also groceries. Groceries aren't usually assembled, they're further processed if we think about ready-made meals as well. But they come from all over the place, right? They're not like grown in this little vegetable garden and in a tunny is like making the food and then she's selling it in her own stuff. That's happening very rarely. I mean, it does still happen, but on a large scale, usually companies get them from all over. Okay, so this is where we're now getting to the value hill. And I think this is quite a nice example. Again, so if you look at the value hill, this is where we are extracting, we are manufacturing, we're assembling, we're using it at home. So the pre-use stage is where the value is gained. So basically following the truck, the value is being gained by the product. Then the use stage is really where the highest value sits within the product. And then the post-use stage is, we're losing all the value. This is maybe when your laptop is having a screen of death and you can't get it switched on again. It's lost most of its value. So I think this is quite important to keep in the mind of the traditional linear economy is really where we are discarding these products and they are losing all type of value around it. So the value is really being destroyed. So let me just get to this one. One more is, so while this product is basically being, we extracting, we're manufacturing, assembling, we have different inputs, right? Land use, think about the mining side, land use side needs to give way, nature needs to be taken down so that we can excavate. There's energy use, huge energy use, massive water consumption, there's labor involved, and obviously the materials are. So these are kind of the inputs. However, there are also the outputs, and this is the waste, the pollution, the product itself that comes out of basically this entire supply chain. Go to the next slide so that we can look in the beginning of the story of stuff, and that's really at the impact side of things. So while we are basically adding the value to the product and getting the different components together, we're also having the negative environmental impact, or also even on labor, so social impact as well. So if we are like zooming in on raw materials and manufacturing, we basically can also look at the different materials that are being funneled through to the manufacturing side. And there is also obviously waste being created, and then we can look at actually, okay, maybe for material B, let's say material A is gold, emission, I mean, I'm making this up, guys, don't quote me on these facts, but let's say gold material has very low emission on the mining side, while material B is, let's say copper has massive emissions, and copper also requires more land use. However, with gold, there is maybe more pollution happening and there might be more water use, but also where it comes from, the gold mine, the labor is maybe child labor, or the workforce is being forced to actually exploit these materials. And the same obviously applies to the manufacturing line as well. So you see, these are basically the outputs that we have. So this is where we go to the end user, and this is really where we have an accumulation of impacts over the entire life cycle of the product. So basically from the start where we're extracting the resource to end of use, we have these impacts. And once you kind of map out these impacts, you can also hotspot the impacts where you say, okay, I have the most impact on this side on water. So maybe we need to develop a technology or change something in our manufacturing line to decrease the water use. It could be, for example. I know you guys, the Wood2Wood project is also looking at wood waste. What can we actually do with wood waste once it has been treated, right? It has like something on it. So what do we do with these materials at the end of life? So this could be basically coming up in a hotspot if we are producing furniture, a piece of table, and it has been treated in a certain way. What's the hotspot there? How can we make sure that there is more efficiency in the system, that we can use less material, but also that we have less negative consequences? I'm going to leave this at that and pick up the value chain on the value hill discussion just now. It's basically the cliffhanger to what we're doing later on. And what I really liked, and this can be debated, this is not set in stone, is when Janis Potocznik did a chat or had a chat to us during a dialogue we organized in South Africa, this kind of slide came up, which I thought was really nice, is around owning versus using, or versus accessibility to the service. And it really speaks to, well, we don't need cars, we actually need affordable, reliable, and safe mobility. Like if I wouldn't need a car, I would love that. I flipping hate it, I have to maintain it, I have to pay so many bills on it. If we had affordable public and safe transport, right? If the transport would be safe to people and it would be reliable and punctual on all these things, that would be great. So we do not need phones, we need connectivity, right? I could basically have a subscription to this phone, I give it back to the company that has produced it and they take care of it. So I just get the service basically. In some countries, you can actually borrow a washing machine. You don't need to own that bloody thing. And then the next time you get, if you have a washing machine, it's a luxury good. But sure, slapping that thing around with you, just saying. But you want to have the access, right? You want to have the access to be able to use a washing machine so that it's easier, so that you don't need to scrub it by hand. So the access to the washing machine is clear. It's just owning it means you're responsible for it. If you do need to move around, that thing is really heavy, I must say. We don't need synthetic fertilizers, so we actually need healthy soils. Right, we are adding fertilizers to the soils to make sure that there is enough production. However, it also dries out our soils, it depletes our nutrients, and unfortunately, these fertilizers also end up in our freshwater resources. We do not need full landfills. We actually need less consumption and functioning waste management systems. I think this is quite key, especially for South Africa. So everywhere in Africa, waste management is still an integral part of what we need to fix and make sure that it's actually accessible and it's serving all the communities. Because we have enough communities that actually don't have any refuse services. They need to dig a hole and dump the stuff. That's not great. Not at all. So since you guys already had your 10-minute break, I'm going to our global village. Sorry, did you have a question?
No.
Yeah. Yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Carl, I'm from Bulgaria. I wanted to ask a question about the legislation around circular economy. How does it work with the Waste Management Act?
So I'm going to answer that question in a bit when I speak to South Africa. Is that okay? Around the Waste Management Act and the extended producer responsibility, that's basically, I would say, kind of the key circular economy policy that we have at the moment, or legislation that's being implemented. But it isn't part of the Waste Management Act. But I'll speak to that in a second. Yeah, cool. But I'll get to South Africa just now. So what we see globally, and this is, I think, why I like this, it kind of shows which countries are actually developing or scoping roadmaps and strategies around circularity, so that I don't just talk about it and be like, guys, this is such an awesome concept, but no one is actually implementing it. Countries are actually really picking this up. So there's lots of countries that actually have action plans and strategies in place on how to achieve a circular economy. South Africa is currently under scoping. It is very waste management focused, so I think there should be more manufacturing in it, but that's just mine. But I will speak again to another strategy in South Africa. So we have 75 national circular economy roadmaps and strategies. The number is probably by now updated. This was 2024. And since then, the African Union, for example, has actually launched a circular economy roadmap or action plan for the continent. And other African countries have also actually launched their roadmaps and strategies. So like Rwanda will have one, Cote d'Ivoire is currently developing its roadmap as well. So there's around about 300 or 540 circular economy policies across 110 countries. So you see this is gaining more and more traction. Again, it depends how you define circular economy. Climate change management bills can be considered under circular economy. Biodiversity management acts could technically fall under regenerate natural systems as well. So it really depends how you define circularity and how these guys have basically analyzed the policies. I assume these policies are very directed around circular economy and say, this is our X, Y, and Z policy targeting towards circular economy. So where it's directly also named, because lots of policies will have a really good impact or enable a circular economy, but circular economy is as such not named because there might be all the waste management, water management, even waste management act is actually quite forward thinking in that regard. The just transition, I want to just punt on that. So as you probably know very well, the just transition is not leaving communities behind. They are most likely going to suffer from sectors that are going to transition away. So we can think about our coal belt and coal communities, right? If coal is less produced or demanded on a global market, these communities are going to suffer. So the idea of a just transition is really to make sure, how can we upskill these people? Can we actually also rehouse them as well? It's really difficult. It's not an easy process. So most coal is in Mpumalanga. Most renewable energy project is happening in the Capes. So the Northern Cape, the Western Cape, they have most of the radiation. Again, solar panel projects, wind projects, they will have a lot of people, working group people that are needed at the beginning of the installation and then less so during the maintenance. So again, there are trade-offs to that. So you want to also make sure with an energy grid, you have a very diverse energy grid. Biogas needs a lot of people actually to maintain the biogas plant, especially if your aim is to employ as many people as possible. So these are kind of the trade-offs we need to speak about and also keep in mind with these strategies. The transition is obviously more than a technical and economic process, and it really does necessitate a profound comprehension of the contextual factors within society. It sounds very hefty. It's basically just making sure we understand what we are doing and who it will actually impact as well. And then there are different basically terms around the just transition and how it should be implemented. South Africa has actually as a country done quite a bit of that, also around defining what a just transition is. We see in a lot of northern countries, they haven't done the transition well. So in Germany, in one of the coal belts that they had, the brown coal there, they didn't do the transition very well. They basically shut down the plants and that was it. Be like, see you later, guys, find new employment. Not so good. So again, South Africa is leading, but I think it is, even though we see community engagement, I think it's really brutal for these communities to know, like, are we going to produce coal in the next few decades as well? Is South Africa supposed to shut down all its coal mining? We need to have these open conversations because obviously it's a resource that South Africa has. It's still demanded on a global market as well. Okay, so just briefly highlighting the Just to See project, that thing has been closed off. If you are a science nerd, dig into the literature, there's tons of articles that have been written through that project. And it's really about the key findings are, well, the circular economy, we can't infinitely grow as a global community. That just doesn't work. We do need to dampen down our consumption. But there, obviously, also the question is, who is doing that as countries, right? And again, that's like around burden and who is carrying actually the burdens around the transition. So the circular economy, when we started with this project and looked at all the literature out there, is very focused on material circulation, but it has really ignored like gender, labor, and environmental justice in the entire discussion. That discussion is slowly but surely happening. And I think an important part to that is also around peace building. If countries don't have water, or if they can't actually get agricultural produce into their country, what do you think will happen in these countries? There will be a civil war. If you don't have water, people will leave the country and go to other countries. So we already have refugees that are climate changed that are basically replaced because of climate change. So these things like the circular economy is not just a nice to have or a nice add-on, it's actually quite crucial to make sure we can build these healthy societies so that we can all have access to these resources. And then also the circular economy has mostly ignored north-south relationship. Nothing new, I guess. But that again speaks to the global supply chains and injustices. Again, looking at that picture of what South Africa is actually exporting versus what we are importing into the country. What we have done through the workshops throughout the project as well in South Africa, we've kind of drawn some illustrations. These are also accessible on the Knowledge Hub of Circular South Africa. So if you want to have a look at them or actually use them, please do so. It was really interesting to engage with stakeholders around a just transition because they also said, well, we need to make sure that there is corruption in South Africa, that there are skills being developed and there's proper education in place. And it shouldn't start at a tertiary level, it should start actually at a primary school level already. And that actually everyone benefits from the just transition. So I think this was a really, really nice dialogue to have. And as I said, these graphs or illustrations are also accessible. I really like this one because South Africa, we have a green hydrogen strategy. It's really driven by government. But green hydrogen, we are also competing against other countries, right? It's also figuring out where's our niche market as the country, which resources do we have available. We obviously have platinum group metals, so PGMs, we sit, I think, on 80–90% globally, and they're quite heavily used in one of the components to do green hydrogen. That's our advantage, right? So from a technological side of things. However, there are other companies or countries that are obviously also researching how PGM can be replaced by other materials that are easier accessible. So as South Africa, obviously, you want to heavily invest into research, using PGM very effectively, making sure the rest of the world is also obviously wanting that technology. The question, though, is do we want to produce ourselves green hydrogen in the amounts that the government wants to produce it? And I think, again, this is like a discussion to have. So Sasol is producing around about, I think, 4% of the global gray hydrogen. So that is hydrogen that's being produced from coals or other fossil fuels. So they obviously want to transition to green hydrogen. And green hydrogen is basically you produce hydrogen from renewable energy. So that's the idea. Hydrogen is being used throughout all the manufacturing sectors. It's quite a key energy carrier in that sense. But the question is, do we want to produce green hydrogen for an export market? Because we need a lot of renewable energy for that. For that, we need a distribution network. We need the logistics around it. We haven't figured out our entire electricity distribution network ourselves yet. Then this thing needs to be converted into ammonia, put on a ship, and then put into Europe. It also needs a lot of fresh water. So you could technically desalinate it. However, then you have a brine, like a waste byproduct left over that also needs to be handled somewhere, right? And our waste management isn't 100 top-notch. So questions to ask. South Africa wants to export the green hydrogen, but we do compete with countries like Morocco. Morocco is much closer to Europe than we are. Like, fortunately, we're at the southern tip. Morocco's up there. So it's like, where do we have a competitive edge? Where does it make sense? I'm not shooting down green hydrogen. I think certain companies like Sasol definitely need it. But do we need it for our country nationally? Or do we need this massive production actually that then also is being exported, but is also using resources here, especially freshwater resources? So I think I just want to leave it out as an open discussion. I don't have an answer to this, but I think this is like kind of the discussions that are really important to ask and nuanced to ask around that as well. So what's going to happen with these type of interventions as well? Because it's not the first time that globally we have a green hydrogen hype. This is, I think, the third time a professor told me from Wits University. So it's not like a new thing. Okay. Now we're coming to South Africa's circular economy. And drivers for circularity in South Africa, and this is like heavily based on the CSIR research that they have conducted around circular economies. One driver of circularity in South Africa is our resource scarcity. So we're running out of certain resources. in the mining sector. So 18 minerals were identified as critical and strategic. This is an older number. This year, the DMRE has actually put out a strategy of our critical minerals for the country and its development. So there is something like that, which is quite unique. So far, globally, only the European Union, America, these countries knew exactly which minerals and metals they need to transition to make basically a green society happen. Africa doesn't know that. So basically, we are like in the dark. It's like, oh, once we have to transition, we might not even have these minerals and metals available anymore. So South Africa is now starting to strategically think about it. But what you also see, we have 5 minerals that have 50 years of back then economically viable mining remaining. So that means not necessarily that the minerals isn't accessible anymore, but it might be such small quantities that the mining house is like, oh, this is way too expensive for us to mine actually. And then obviously minerals are mostly exported, so they don't stay in our country, meaning also we can't really create circularity around it. Another driver for circularity in South Africa is really the economic recovery that came from back COVID-19 thinking as well, of growing the economy, creating jobs, improving quality of life for all. And then I put like growing GDP in question mark, because I don't know, countries can have a great GDP, but that doesn't necessarily translate into how well people are off in a country, right? GDP can be driven by some, let's say, few large corporates and other manufacturing houses, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's the measure of all things of how well a country is doing. And I think what I want to do here with is I want to question these indicators that we have, that comes maybe from the 70s, 80s, that we've just taken over and constantly report on how well a country is doing. Bhutan is one of the only countries that has like a happiness index. So they measure happiness of their population. And it's really interesting. I think that's just such a different approach to it. How well is our population off? It's a small little kingdom that does it, but quite interesting. They do it a bit differently. Then also, drive for circularity should be socio-economic development. And I think here I put a few of the sectors that CSIR looked at together. It's food, human settlements, mobility. And food is, we still have 50% of South Africans that experience food insecurity, but we have 30% of food waste in the country. It's staggering. It's a massive issue. We're losing so much food. And with that food, obviously, we also lose all the fertilizer, all the water, all the energy that was put into producing that food. Then human settlements. It says we have 12% informal settlements. To be honest, I think there are many more probably.
Yes.
But also 35%, and I think this is quite interesting, have to take care of their own refuse model. So they need to take care of their own waste management. They don't have access to waste management. We just saw another outcry that people in, I think it was it the Eastern Cape or KZN, that the pit latrines are overfilled. They're not being serviced. We need to have dignified living conditions for people. It can't be like that. So human settlements and access to services such as waste management and clean and safe water and energy is absolutely critical if we want to build a healthy society. Mobility, this was what I said before. We need safe, affordable, reliable, and fast transport. And actually only 0.2% people use trains. It's also because our train network doesn't work very well, right? During COVID, Prasa was completely stripped, basically, in the Gauteng region and other regions. But again, when these things are not functioning, the lowest income communities have to bear the brunt, right? Because now they need to pay more money to get with a taxi to work. So a lot of people, it's 40% of the salary or the income.
It's going to transport.
Just for transport.
Yes.
I mean, I learned the other day that people have to pay per bag for a taxi.
Yeah.
In a taxi. Like, that has a massive impact on how we move as our societies together. So I think, again, this is a driver of circularity. And obviously, I think also access to opportunities such as education, healthcare. It should also include mental and physical well-being of our population. And then obviously another driver for circularity is they did a study around that. It's also climate change, adaptation and mitigation. At the moment, South Africa ranks, it's always like the 12th or 13th or 14th place of greenhouse gas emitters globally per year. But it's basically the current snapshot of greenhouse gas emissions. That's not the historical data. So there's a difference as well between this data. But it is a driver for circularity. I'm just giving my voice a quick break, and I'm going to play you a video that we've put together on basically circular economy for South Africa as well. Let me just see if it works. How technology is It's it embedded in there. Okay, so basically this is how we depicted circularity. It's quite, I think, rather easy to depict it from a regenerative agricultural sector than a mining sector. It's a little bit more complex. So I think what this graph, and I'm not going to ponder too long about it, really says is about the different stakeholders that need to be involved in this transition to create like the resource efficiency, to make recycling possible, but also to make sure that we have sustainable sourcing in place and the manufacturing. This is a rather old graph, but it basically shows that, well, we need to create circular economy nationally. We're still exporting to the African continent, right? We're still connected to the global market, and global legislation will have an effect on us, right? If the European Union is currently implementing the carbon border measurement adjustment, has a massive effect on us in our industry, because that means you're getting taxed on the carbon that sits in your product.
Yes.
And the problem is that 90% of our electricity is produced through coal. So our carbon footprint is massive, has a massive impact. So these legislations we need to obviously consider. Then on the African continent, as I stated, there is a circular economy action plan also being put in place by the African Union. Obviously, it's not legally binding, but there is some more thinking about this. And I do think there is lots of opportunity, especially between African countries, to trade more. At the moment, that trade sits at 15%, 15% between African countries. And we see massive, so regionally, we see massive issues, barriers through policy and legislation that countries can't trade so easily with one another. If you think about Botswana, Namibia has a very small population. For them, it doesn't make sense to put a facility around, a recycling facility down, right? they might actually want to get this material into South Africa because we have the recycling plants available. But then we need to make sure that that can actually happen as well. If it's too expensive for a company, they're not going to bring it into the country.
The only problem we're having is implementing, talking about it and having plans,
Totally.
but implementing is another thing.
No, we are very good in drafting beautiful strategies.
Yeah.
Okay. So South Africa's policy framework, does it really support a just circular economy transition? I think, as I pointed out to you before, as South Africa is 6% circular, so that's just like the recap. And the study really showed, the key findings show that our economy is really dominated by export-orientated extractives. I've said that before, we extract, we export it, we don't really manufacture as much locally. We are dominated by fossil fuels such as coal, and then we are also importing quite a lot of oil into our country. We have a very low rate of domestic stock building, and that means it's basically our infrastructure that we invest in as a country. And it's actually lower than the European Union or China. And you would think that countries like the European Union or China, which are much more advanced, they don't need to put so much infrastructure in place. Obviously, they still need to maintain it. But we're not very good in actually expanding and developing it. And that's important, right? Like our ports need to be functional if we want to trade very effectively with other countries. At the moment, they are not very functional. Our roads need to be nicely intact. No, but it is. Roads need to be nicely intact because otherwise, for example, if we transport fruits from Mpumalanga or Limpopo, they might get damaged along the way and then they will be chucked out. So all these things have an impact. Obviously, with roads or like goods, you want to have it on a railway line, you want to have it on a train line so that the roads are more free flow traffic-wise. Then, as I said previously, we do have pockets of high circularity in the informal sector mainly, around reuse and recycling. And then I think what I didn't mention before, and thank you for reminding me, is that circularity has been like practiced for decades in Africa. It's not a new concept. People have just done it, right? Because it's either a necessity or it's just a way of life. People, they will fix things. They will give things down to other people. That's what it's just that we now call it circularity, but it's not a new concept as such. And then finding 5, I've mentioned that as well, is that we have some flow regarding our biomasses in the economy. However, the concern is that we have a lot of monocultures in the agricultural sector. So our agricultural sector is very much like we just plant mealies and corn. We don't have very much polycropping happening. So even our soil is getting depleted by the current farming practices. And the same does apply also for the forestry sector, where you have one forest that has the same kind of plant species in it. And the second, there is a specific species or an alien species introduced into the system, and it can have massive knock-on effects. So in Germany, we see it, there is one alien species, and actually in Europe, it's a little bug that lies its larvae under the bark and basically just destroys entire like tree populations. And to actually get rid of that is they cut the trees. Once they have identified the species has infected this tree, they cut down all the trees within a kilometer radius. But that's the only thing that they can basically do. If you have to do that as a forestry, which is a business, you're losing massively. So now what they're doing, they're going back into saying, oh shit, also we've planted, let's say, certain plant species that are not doing so well in the climate. They've planted them like 30, 40 decades, 40 years ago. They said, oh, these trees grow very, very quickly. However, they use a lot of water and they're actually not natural to this environment. Now with climate change, they see shit, they're dying away because we don't have enough water for these trees. So now what they're trying to do is actually mixing the entire tree population, and they're doing basically it's polyculture. So you have multiple tree species in a forestry area. And the same thing you kind of want to do in agriculture so that you have resistance in the system. And we also spoke about indigenous knowledge, really interesting with agriculture. We plant globally like only a certain amount of plants that we actually have in our repertoire, right? They're rainbow millies. There's millies that are actually black. But what we mostly grow is millies that are the standard like kind of yellow millie. Yes. There is potatoes. What do you find usually? It's sweet potato and the normal other potato, right? there are a few thousand species of potatoes out there, but we don't plant them or we don't make use of them. So it's about also going back what previously has been planted to make sure that we can actually access these plants. Okay, so the sectors the video also alluded to, these are kind of the resource intensive sectors that the CSIR has identified. So it's the Council for Industrial and Scientific Research. And they looked at agriculture, human settlements, manufacturing, mobility, mining, water, and energy. And said these sectors need to transition. The research paper, so they have, if you don't want to read a dense technical report, they have developed briefing notes on it as well. So it's like 3 pages long or so. But what we've also done is we've put them kind of in these kind of illustrations. So you find for each of the sector an illustration also online on the Knowledge Hub that you can dive in, and it just illustrates what the opportunities are in the sectors. Obviously, it can't capture all the insights that the CSIR has actually dug up, but it's quite interesting. So if you want to read into any of the sectors, that's a really good resource to go to. Then on policies, I think now we're getting to the question. So we do have a, and I think interestingly enough, in South Africa, the mandate for the circular economy sits with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. So DFFE is basically the mandate on the circular economy. However, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, that's the DSTI, they have driven circularity quite strongly forward from a science, innovation and technology perspective. And that department is also the only department, I think, in the world that has actually launched a science, technology and innovation strategy for the circular economy, which is really cool. It's like quite interesting. So if you're a student or a researcher, that strategy is actually linking back also to the higher education institutions and what they should research. So under that strategy, they have focused on manufacturing, mining and agriculture as the 3 sectors, and they're actually developing sub-strategies to that overarching strategy to say these are key research priorities that we need to focus on as a country to make sure these sectors can transition to a circular economy, which I think is very cool. Then we have the National Environment Management Waste Management Strategy. Obviously, there's 2 management, that's not right, but and there we have actually now included the extended producer responsibility. So that Waste Management Act that was in November 2022, extended producer responsibility was basically enacted in our legislation in South Africa. That means that's for packaging, so that's plastics and paper and tin. And then there's also e-waste and lighting, so all the bulbs and these things. Basically, the producer now is responsible for the end-of-life management for the products that they're putting on the market. Any kind of producer, even someone that imports the product into our country. Sounds very cool, is very difficult also to implement. That's not a perfect system, but it's a way of trying to shift the burden that the government currently carries on waste management into something that can be more managed. And usually what companies do, so like, let's think about a global company like Philips or Heineken, they will go to a producer responsibility organization, it's called a PRO, and say, listen, we don't want to manage it ourselves. We want to adhere, we obviously need to adhere to the legislation. Can you please manage it for us? These producer responsibilities organization at the moment is very difficult. I think there's a massive challenge in South Africa because municipalities don't know how to engage with them. PROs get lots of requests from many different municipalities. It's not coordinated. Everyone can open a PRO, and that's a massive issue. So even me, that I wouldn't say is like a 100% expert on waste, I can open a PRO too. That's not, I don't think that's the right approach to it. Because you now have PROs that fighting for different clients, right? And make their fees cheaper and like trying to backstab them instead of we all work together on the same kind of common goal. So it's quite challenging at the moment around extended producer responsibility, but I think this is the closest act that we have when it comes to circular economy and active in the legislation. However, I do think our constitution is speaking to circular economy because sustainable development is enacted in it. It speaks about having access to water, for example. It speaks to having access to a clean environment. It speaks about having that our future generations have access to a clean and well-kept environment. So we see these legislation are being started to being implemented, and then DFFE, so the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, they're currently developing also a circular economy action plan for the country. However, it's more waste management focused. So it doesn't have, I'm not sure exactly how the scope will look like and how holistic it will be. We are going to see that basically once that strategy is coming out as well. And then obviously we do also have the waste management strategy for the country, which the CSIR has written. And I think actually they've done an analysis of how successful it was. I would need to dig into the literature to find that for you. Because they have done an access on the waste management strategy of 2020 and how effective that was. And I think it was very effective, even though it was very well thought out. So if you look at that waste management strategy, it speaks a lot about integrated waste management and about reducing waste from the get-go, making sure we're managing our landfills accordingly. We have material recovery facilities before it ends in a landfill. There are some cool examples. I think ICLEI Africa has done quite a bit of work with municipalities around circular economy transition, and then Green Cape as well. They have municipalities awards where they're really amazing case studies of municipalities and how they have managed certain landfill sites. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, the one is even in Stellenbosch, where they've developed a really nice material recovery facility to reduce just the waste that goes into the landfill site. And then there's also the Drakenstein municipality, which has worked with the informal sector really strongly, because they had the issue that all the reclaimers were basically on the landfill sites while they were starting to dump waste, and it was a massive issue. So they've started to engage basically with one of the informal sector champion and said, listen, we want to work with you together. You can go through the waste, but not on the landfill site. It's too hazardous for you guys to work there. Yeah. So they've created a separate site next to the landfill site. So basically the trucks dump it there. The informal sector goes through it, they take out whatever they can, and then the rest goes onto the landfill site. So it's basically a form of material recovery facility, except that it doesn't have that conveyor belt to it. But there are some really nice case studies around that. So I think this is kind of the closest what we at the moment have as legislation in place. I know there are chats more and more amongst government of how to make this possible, but also, as you know, wheels are turning slowly as well, and the government is changing, priorities are changing. Does that kind of answer your question a bit around EPR and extended producer responsibility? I can connect you also with someone that knows kind of EPR inside out, because that act is also, there were some issues with definition, making sure the definitions were right. So things have been also changed throughout the years now since it has been enacted. Okay. So what back then, when we also engaged with stakeholders, the recommendations were really to develop national circular economy roadmaps that pulls together existing policy initiatives and departments alongside the private sector. I hope DFFE is doing that during their process, I don't know. And then also the roadmap should outline the country's vision, goals, and roadmap from transitioning to a just circular economy. And interestingly enough, education and skills development was really, really highlighted by a lot of stakeholders when we engaged with them, but also when we digged a bit further into the literature. And then again, we really need to create these employment opportunities, education and skills to match the requirements of a circular economy transition, because obviously we need the right skills as well that need to that we need in a circular economy. And this is more on the stakeholder dialogue, where we also identified local governance issues in South Africa, where, and this is this is recommendations from stakeholders, right? This hasn't been validated again. This was during a national stakeholder dialogue that we had last year in December, where we had different stakeholders available that participated around that. And it's really what they said, the statements was really, well, there's so many different paradigms around circular economy. There's green economy, resilient cities, sustainable energies, that it's super confusing as well for people. So we need to also make sure, okay, how can we create a language that's accessible and understandable to everyone so that we're on the same page, but then also actually to embed circular economy-based KPIs, so key performance indicators, in the mandate across departments. It's actually the same recommendation for companies to embed KPIs, because if it's not embedded in your KPIs, it's nice to have, and as a municipality officer, you're already overloaded in any case. So why would you do that additionally? Then we do have a silent public administration system, so have to change how government functions. So we need to really have joint programs of action across departments, right? It can't just sit within DFFE, because for me, circular economy is an economic topic. So the DTIC should also be involved. We need a Department of Water and Sanitation to be involved, our agriculture department. So also lack of awareness and knowledge, lack of capacity building for officials and politicians. And I really treasure that. One of the government official that was there, they said, well, we need actually to create a safe engagement space to ask questions, you know. People might not feel safe to ask questions that they think are stupid or not relevant, but I think it is really, really important. And then obviously also they said that it wouldn't be a bad idea to have kind of standard operating procedures in place to partner with research organizations to strengthen relationships for data availability, which are useful for local government to work with, because they're also struggling with data availability. So even with the EPR legislation, data availability is actually quite a problem, because everyone slightly reports it differently. There isn't a national dashboard where I can look up, oh, these targets have been hit by these PROs. So it's like this kind of black box at the moment, you know, what's been happening. They need to hit certain targets, but it's not very traceable. Okay, then the South African initiatives. Obviously, I've talked a lot about Circular South Africa, but there's also Circular Innovation South Africa, which is supported by the Department of Science, Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. And then we also actually mapped out more than 200 case studies of circularity happening across South Africa. Obviously, not all are 100% circular, right? Like us saying that Anglo America has a green hydrogen price, not necessarily circular, it's a sustainability initiative. But I think it shows a lot that's happening in the space. And we're currently mapping more and more case studies out. And it's also all accessible on the website. So if you want to dig deeper into which sectors are doing what, it's never going to depict the whole picture, but it's at least an attempt to see what's out there and what's actually happening. Again, these graphs, as I said, we've created a graph for each of the resource-intensive sectors, so please also have a look at them. And they're also, we've basically split them up into the first principle of designing out waste and pollution, then keeping materials at the highest value, regenerating natural system, and then the fourth principle we've included is benefiting all members of society. So the nice thing is it gives you kind of like a status quo of what the sector is right now. And then also like kind of the conclusion remarks, but also how these sectors are interlinked with other sectors. So there's quite a lot of information on these illustrations that you can have a look at and just sit with for a while before diving into one of the technical reports, because they can be quite dense. Okay, any questions? Yes, please.
I have 3 questions. I don't know if it's the next ones.
Let's just give it a go.
When we were talking about green hydrogen,
Yeah.
yes, I was also thinking that water is hydrogen, and I was thinking about seawater and ocean. The process of purifying the seawater to drinkable.
Yeah.
I know it's expensive because of technology.
Mm.
But in the perspective of circular economy, if because the technology over time becomes cheap, is it fine to purify the seawater to make it drinkable?
So that is one of the avenues that we're looking at, to basically desalinate seawater, that it becomes the water quality which is required for green hydrogen. The only issue that you have from desalinating seawater is you have a brine. So it's kind of like a sludge that's left over of that process. And it's considered a hazardous waste. And at the moment, we don't have the right solutions for that in the country. I'm sure someone else has thought about what to do with the brine, but that is something that we do need to take care of, right? So that we don't create another unintended impact along the side as well. But it is being done. So water is one of the key innovation or technologies that we need around green hydrogen. That's there. But then we also need functioning ports and all these other things that need to fall in place. Yeah.
The second question was about
sorry, just desalination of water. There is some really cool technology now that you're thinking about, where they're actually desalinating water, and parts of the water is also being fed back into the communities that are adjacent to it. So I really like that concept. The Dutch are really good in water technologies. And they have created these kind of like small scale technologies also that are being implemented in communities. So the communities, while using green hydrogen, having also access to water. So I found that was really interesting, but then we still need to take care of the brine at the end of the day. But that could be thinking around that, yeah.
How about then we use that brine, for example, in food for preservation or solvents?
It's usually a hazardous waste because you obviously also have pollutants that come out of the ocean. So I don't think you can get it to food grade. Maybe it stinks as well. I'm sure you can do something. I'm sure someone has thought about what to do with brine, but I think again, it's also the composition. I don't think the brine will probably be everywhere the same way, because we probably have different composition of seawater, I would assume. And then it needs to be, it's like kind of energy recovery in Africa is being pushed a lot by technology companies on a large scale, right? Having commercial incineration taking place so that all our waste disappears. It's really tricky because our waste doesn't have the same calorific value because we have a lot of organic waste mixed in. So you can't just burn things. And a lot of the times it's so operationally expensive that these plants are being put down and then they're not maintained well and then they just fall flat. So again, it's like, where does it make sense? Does it make sense on a large scale technology level? Does it make sense to have it in a commercial big scale level in place? But it's a good thinking. It's a good starting point.
My second question is about the waste landfills and mines which businesses have left. So I was wondering, since there are like these mines, there's holes inside, there's nothing, and these mines for us to extract these resources and stuff, it's like fossils. How about we take the waste that we cannot reuse it or recycle it and put it back to these mines and maybe give sometime maybe thousands of years, then it will become resources again, like we mentioned.
Yeah, I love your thinking, because you're thinking now about what's accessible, what can we do, Phil. I think the only issues is around mine sites usually. So mine sites function, they pump out the water, the groundwater. Once the mine is basically closed, the pumping stops and the water comes back and becomes acid drain minage water, which is highly toxic, or like not toxic, but it's hazardous basically. And that would enter that waste stream, and then we would create even more of an issue along the side. The other thing is with mine sites that are basically being abandoned or are still there, our technologies have gotten better globally. So technically there's still resources we could mine out of these mine sites. The idea is also around thinking when you excavate a whole mine sites, that the tailings that you take out, that these are being remined. They're used in maybe construction sectors, and then they're being put back together there. Because what you want to do is, once a mine is closed down, and that's actually a legal requirement, is you want to have to rehabilitate an entire mine site. So technically, an Anglo-America has the responsibility to, once the mine is being shut down, it needs to be filled back up and it needs to be rehabilitated environmentally so that the ecosystem can be recreated. Very difficult to do. I love the thinking though, because it's very creative around how can we solve this issue. I think the other issue is what we see with municipalities and landfill sites is technically we need to cut down on the waste that's entering a landfill site. So what we want to do is we want to extract the organic waste. That would be 50–60% of it, right? If we can take that out, put that into the black soldier of life, into composting, into anaerobic digestion, then we would already take out a lot of the materials that are also responsible for the methane emission that are happening on a landfill site. And the other side of it is obviously in the landfill side, we are also losing out on a lot of materials like clear plastics that could technically be recycled. So you want to also filter them out beforehand. What we see is now with municipalities, because they need to put a new dump down, they need to drive further. That means there's more cost for the citizens involved as well. But I love your thinking. So transporting costs in the waste management sector is one of the biggest challenges that we're actually having. To transport waste, it's extremely expensive. Yeah.
And the last one.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I love it, but I really like it. You're thinking very creatively.
Thank you. Regarding from the circular economy, like there's this billionaires, they always want to like ask or maybe they like So people feel like these people are disinvesting on our planets instead of taking care of this planet. But their response is like, if we advance this technology, it will be more helpful to Earth than it is to like this other planet.
Yeah.
From the circular energy point of view, is it really true or should we just?
To be honest, I don't think circular economy can just be created by technological innovation. Like we need technology, we need the innovation, we need the research. It's a fundamental part of it. But to be honest, it's a system change of how we're doing here. And to be honest, I think if we would go to Mars and just like live on Mars, I think we do the same thing than we do to Earth, to be honest. And also, we can afford to fly to Mars. So I think it's great that we have innovative thinkers that really push the boundaries. There's also the question to which price, right? Do we need to have commercial spaceship travel, guys? I don't know. Like, that's again a question. Do we need to have these things that billionaires fly out into shoot themselves up there? Like the amount of emissions that they leave behind, it's insane. So I think it's a really good talking point. Technologies are important, but it's not just a technological solution to a circular economy. Technology won't save us. What will save us is behavioral shift, but also how we redesign basically our economic system. Okay, anyone else?
Like I said to you just now, what our big vision is. What I thought was when I went to the bathroom now was going back to like I asked, this will be on for us to use. So I'm going to go back there, look at it, put the time to comb it, and then see where I can fit in to get to the government and to pick it up, to make a difference for us to be able to get the
Yeah.
you understand?
Absolutely.
But now I have to go, like I said, I have to really go into it
And sit with it.
see where and
Yeah.
how to put it together.
Yeah, I completely hear you. It is overwhelming, believe me. Okay, we have an hour and a bit left, and Vasily is also going to present 20 minutes. So let me just check, because I also don't want to tire you guys out so that I'm losing you along the way. But I think we're doing quite well in time. So I'm wondering if we should do another, can we do another 10-minute break? Are you guys, do you feel happy, or do you want to continue with it? How are you feeling? Break. Okay, quick break. So let's start at 11:52 again. I'm also just going to mute myself, these poor people online. And then we can get back to the context. Sorry, guys, for you online as well. We're just getting started again with the session now. I think, okay, and am I still sharing my screen, guys? Okay, why did it? Okay, is it sharing? Okay, now it doesn't want to share. Yeah, I don't know if they can actually do anything about it. Hang on. Sorry, guys. At the moment, I struggle with sharing my screen. Okay, you know what I'm going. Perfect. Okay. Sorry, guys. We just have some issues with sharing the windows again. Let me try again. It should work now, I think. Now it should be shared.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, guys, so let's get started again. So I think this is quite important principles, and I have alluded to them before as well. It's like the 10 R's of the circular economy. And where we started here is basically the R's that are up here that are in like this turquoise, like blue and green, have kind of the highest priority. That those are the R's that you really want to implement as much as possible before you go to the lower types of R's. It's also more where the linear economy sits. So in the beginning, you want to refuse, so that means prevent raw material use. Maybe you want to reduce, so to decrease the raw material use as well. Redesign, so produce using circularity principles. And that's for a lot of our products. There have been some really great initiatives been driven around our plastic packaging to make it actually recyclable. So if you think about certain packaging in the shops, the plastics wasn't locally recycled, and it's also an important component to it. It needs to be locally recyclable. So then through the South African Plastics Pact, basically the different retailers sat together and they said, this plastic is currently not recycled. Can we make sure with the manufacturer that we actually create a packaging that is actually recyclable? And it still guarantees the food and healthy standards around for the food packaging. So that's what you can envision around redesigning something. Then reuse, I've mentioned that before, is like using the product again in its kind of state. Repair means you maintain or repair a product. And refurbish is almost when the product has, like what I said to you before, when a few components just don't work. Like let's say on the laptop, the fan is broken, but also the screen isn't working, then you refurbish it. You actually do get a few guys that sell secondhand laptops nowadays, or phones as well, right? So they have been refurbished, so certain components have been swapped out to give them a second life. Remanufacture, I find them always a little bit confusing, but it's create new products from secondhand. So basically, you take out a few components of this laptop because it can't be refurbished anymore, and then you create a new laptop from it, for example. That could be done. So you could, for example, recycle the aluminum around it and reuse that, or use the casing, actually. And then repurpose is reuse product with a new function. So what can I give you as a best example? Oh yeah, I think I had it on the last time. It's like kind of looks like a kimono. Like everyone knows what a kimono looks like, a short kimono, like a little vest. And it's actually made from saris, so the traditional Indian clothing. So these ladies are actually getting the saris that usually would end up on the landfills, and they remanufacture them into beautiful kimonos, actually. So they use the textiles out of these products to make these kimonos locally here in Joburg. And then we have recycle, and you can see this is really like where from an order of priority, this becomes less of a priority in the circular economy paradigm, where we have recycle. So you salvage the material streams with the highest value. That's what you see with the informal sector doing a lot, so that it doesn't end up on landfill sites. Again, it's still important though, And then we do have recovery, and that's really incineration of waste for energy recovery. And that's a tricky one. And again, there depends on what type of technology you also implement.
We've got three R's.
That's very good.
We say reuse,
Yeah,
recycle, and reduce.
very good. Yes. And then that's the thing. So actually in businesses, you try to combine them, right? You don't usually just sit with one R strategy.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do, which is also obviously fine. But businesses do actually combine multiple of these. Going back to the value hill. So just a reminder of the value hill that I've shown you before, right? So again, it's like this pre-use stage, then the use stage where we have the user using it, and then the post-use where the value is destroyed. So this is kind of the end of life with the business, with the linear business that we're currently in. And what I'm going to do, and I think for the online guys, you need to just use your chat. And I'll just give you guys like 5 minutes so that we're not running too much over time, is actually do a quick value hill destruction exercise. There are many more exercises to it, but it's basically you telling me what impacts these very nice, beautiful Nike sneakers have along the life. So sourcing and production, so the impacts during sourcing and production, what the impacts might be while you use the sneakers, and then what the impact is once you discard of the sneakers. So don't even think about circularity principles. I just want you to think the impacts for now. If we had a bit more time, we would actually try to refigure out how could we redesign this entire product so that the value is retained within the sneakers. But I'll speak to that. I'm going to give you a few of these sticky notes and give you just a few minutes time. You can also just stick with one of the impact categories if you feel more comfortable. And then we just stick to here onto the board. So I'm also going to ask the other guys online to do that in a second. Is that okay for us? Yes. Okay, let me just give you guys. It's 3 signals fine.
It's fine.
Perfect. Give you guys stickiness. 1, 2, 3. One or so, and then you just think on which stage. Try your mind. You should just wait. No. So I did not even think about it. It's like if you something that I was going to yeah, it's difficult to say. Guys, like I know it's like a you're going to say that it's not true. Yeah, she's the last of the basically think about the sneaker, right? And think about sneakers while manufacturing it. During the use stage, while referring it, basically that's what are the negative of it? Basically, what's the value destruction of it? It's not talking about a lot of students. You have someone. We have the first thing, guys. Second one, to inspire you by those that have put it on the board. For someone who's left for end of life use, it will take years to degrade in a landfill sneaker. That's a negative impact, right? What's sneakers most likely synthetic materials and leather combination, maybe, depending how much you pay for the Nikes. But it will be probably synthetic rubber. So there will be glue in it, there will be dye in it, so little things. Yeah. So they're quite complex things if you think about shoes. Leather, yeah. Some are made of leather, obviously, and then it's easier to smooth leather.
Because it's what you call a new there's a process that goes through as well. So some people can actually use it viciously. Yeah, they love it.
Love it. Okay, sorry for those guys that are online. I'm really, really sorry. I've like not given you enough attention. So what I would like is that you basically in the chat write down the negative impacts on like the sourcing and production impacts, the usage impacts, and an end of life impact of a sneaker as a product. So I just want you to think about the destruction of the sneaker as such. So it's really thinking about the negative consequences that the product has along its life cycle, and really thinking about it from a shoe perspective, basically, so that you can dig a little bit deeper into the details. Okay, so for the guys that are online, I'm just also going to unmute myself, and I hope you can hear me while I'm narrating, because the flip chart is standing a few meters away. Maybe I'll just pick it up in a second and draw it closer. Maybe I can put it in front of you guys so you can see it camera-wise. It's difficult. I don't know which way to face.
I think we can turn it, can
we turn it?
Yeah.
I think it's all.
it? Should. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. So, do you want to see it? You know. Okay, guys. Let me Okay. I think they maybe they need to just ask a question in the chat, right? Because I can't hear them live now. Because I can't mute them.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah. I think I didn't clearly get the question. So what are you asking? The negative impact of the
Yes.
of this of the sneakers from the sourcing, the usage, and the
And the end of life.
Yeah. That is
Okay.
correct. Perfect. Yeah, so you got it. Thank you so much for asking. Appreciate it.
Okay. So can we answer via like instead of typing, because it's a bit it's a bit
Yeah,
slow.
if you give me 2 sentences, because then I need to wrap this part of the session up.
Okay, no problem. Thanks.
Do you want to go right now, or do you need just a minute to think about it?
I think from the sourcing, I think I have something in my mind. So I think from what I always read on the sneakers, like there is a small paper where they write where the shoes have been produced and something like that, and also the component of the sneakers.
Yeah.
And mostly it's written polystyrene, something like that. And so these
Like,
are
yeah, synthetic.
yes. So these are mainly plastics. So I think plastics, they are produced from fossil fuel, like your crude oil to produce polymers and then make those shoes. So I think the negative impact is actually the using of fossil fuel to produce those kind of shoes.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you so much. That's fantastic. That's really good. Thank you. Fantastic. I think that's also in alignment with what the others in the physical room have put down, but let me also read that. And I really hope that you guys online can. And I'm just going to read a few of these. So someone said, as we said already before, air pollution. Then there's obviously energy consumption. The gentleman online just said most of these sneakers are made from polymers, from crude oil, basically they're plastics, right? Cheap labor, I love that. Someone thought about the social component, right? These things are usually made in Bangladesh, somewhere maybe where we even have child labor.
Yeah.
Then there is logistics to it, fossil fuel, deforestation from wildlife. Someone thought about the drilling of the oils.
Yeah.
The oil rigs, very good, Mark, you've listened. The oil rigs in the sea, right? Sometimes we have accidents where an oil ship is being toppled over. Massive pollution happening there. Okay. Then, oh yeah, animals have to be slaughtered to get your skin.
Yes.
If you have leather, right? Okay. Then child labor, we have that. I love it. Someone is like, the original one lasts for years, can be handed down from generations to generations. You guys, I love it. I love it. But it's a good point, right? And this is exactly, so the next exercise, and unfortunately we don't have time for this today, is we would have gone to the value hill and create the value out of it. So someone was already thinking, well, if they're designed in a really good way, they can actually last quite a lot of years, right? Someone is thinking about the design principles here. Love it, they make people feel good. That's true. I love sneakers as well, guys. Yes, confidence with smile. Okay. Okay, usage, expensive. Interesting. And I think this is actually the key, right? If you want to buy a product that's long lasting, a lot of times they're quite expensive. And it's a tricky thing because sometimes you just need to have access to a pair of shoes. And yes, okay. And someone thought about the local economy of South Africa. So it's affect the local economy of South Africa. Yes, because they're not produced here. And only affordable, I think, by the rich. I think that's yes. And accumulate waste when they're being bought. Think about the packaging that you packaged in, right? A lot of these high, let's say Louis Vuitton, right? You buy from them. The packaging is crazy around that stuff because they want to make you feel extremely special as a customer. But the amount of packaging that goes into these things, but we see it even with other goods. One thing is, this is synthetic rubber, right? Like think about your tire on a car that actually rubs against the street. That's microplastic that's being produced. It's unfortunately the same with our shoe soles. It's like not so good. Okay. Then end of life, again, pollution, landfill, loss of the values cannot be reused. And it's the end because it's made from synthetics. That's very interesting. So thank you so much for that. I think also if we think about like more sustainable shoes that have been created. So someone in South Africa started an initiative to make actually school shoes out of used IV bags.
Yeah.
So that is a really interesting one. There's also another manufacturer that actually said, okay, for these shoes, and it was youngsters basically from France. They said, oh, we want to go back to sneakers that actually have a proper rubber sole to it, right? And rubber is made from a tree. It's harvested from a tree. They went to Brazil. They acquired lots of local farmers there to get the rubber in a sustainable manner and also the top material that's being used in the material. So they've built this entire sustainable supply chain. And Veja shoes, you can look them up as a brand. You get them here. Again, they're high end, but the brand has actually really penetrated like the sneaker market, which was really interesting because they went to local farmers. They had no idea what they're doing. It's really interesting if you watch their kind of founding video of these youngsters going out into Brazil to try to source local made rubber as well. But the thinking was very clear of we need to go back to the source, to locally source it from people to make the shoe more sustainable actually. But again, end of life, I'm not sure how they're handling it as well, because it is a multi-material component that you create and there is glue involved as well. So it's quite tricky. It's not an easy one. There is a guy in Africa that has actually designed a shoe where you can swap the soles out. So this thick thing here, you can actually swap, which is really cool because then you can technically use it longer. Okay, let me go back to the slides.
This one comment.
Oh, what is it, Dottie? Sorry, let me check.
These sneakers are recoverable and reproduce the circular economy.
Yeah, I don't know how these ones are. Yeah, the Nike ones. I mean, there have been some, Adidas has tried to actually make a shoe out of one kind of component as well before. There was the first generation, but they haven't really followed through with the project. So that was already in 2009 or 10. And I couldn't find more information on it, what after that launch of that loop shoe, what they have done with it. So
Something now, but it's a shoe, like for us ladies, it wants to wear heels. You fold it up.
that's
And
nice.
it's like a pretty pump.
So it's a modular shoe actually. Yeah.
It's a pump, and then when you're in the venue, wherever you're supposed to go to, and then you are.
Yeah, that's very handy actually. That's a modular shoe. So you have one shoe and two. Okay. So, but these are like really good examples of thinking around circularity and modularity around that. So again, as you know, basically, sorry, let me just go back. So this is the value destruction mill that I've showed you before. Hang on, am I sharing now? I'm sharing. Weirdly enough, this Microsoft Teams shouldn't be here in front of for you guys. Just, yes, this is very difficult to move this. Let me see if I can minimize it or just make it disappear. Sorry, guys. Let me just give me a second. I want to actually show you. I don't know how to move this out of the way. Let me, Dottie, can I just re-enter MS Teams again? And then I'll share again because I don't know how to, I can't actually grab it from here. Or maybe, let me just see if I can grab it like that. No, doesn't do it either. There, maybe let me see it. Is that, no. It's very annoying. No. Let me stop sharing. Can you just swap its place? Okay. Let me see if I can do it like that again. Yeah, okay, perfect. Sorry guys, online we just needed to sort out the screen. So I think this is better visible now. Okay, so basically the value hill that we have, the destruction that's happening here, basically what we can do is implement those R strategies to it. And I think some of you guys actually thought about it already. So redesign, maybe reduce some of the material use could have been as well. Materials can be replaced with more regenerative materials to create a more sustainable product as well. And then really at end of life, the idea is around, and this is again where you need an ecosystem to make sure that the consumer, if I've used these Supergas, let's say, I can drop them off at a shoe store and they take care of it, right? We had this discussion before. Previously, when I moved out of the house, I really struggled to find information what to do with old paint cans, medication that I had left over. A lot of people just chuck it all together in the gray bin that we have, but you can actually drop it off at like electronics. You can nowadays drop off at Incredible Connection, for example. Medication you can actually drop off at the pharmacy. They're obviously incinerated, but it's better than it going to the landfill and polluting the soil. But it's really tricky to find this type of information. So there needs to be customer awareness, but there needs to be a collection network or somewhere where you can drop these things off as a consumer as well, right? So it needs to be made accessible. And then obviously sorting is taking place and then processing of this material if it's designed in a way that you can actually further process it as well. Okay, so what you really want to do is this kind of like circular opportunities. And I really like that basically from the value hill that we saw, it's very linear, where we construct the value of the produce. We actually see those are loops. And again, these are not all our strategies being incorporated. So you want to retain that value by reuse, redistribute, refurbish, remanufacture, and recycle, right? To go back into the economy before it completely hits end of life. That said, there are different kind of strategies to that. So the one that was mentioned before is already designing a product differently. They're also speaking about narrowing the loop. That means we are using less material for our product, but for the same functional use. We are slowing the loop. That means the product is durable. It can exist longer for us as a consumer. And then once we are done with the product, we cycle it back into our economy. And here also from the design phase, they're speaking about using regenerative materials, like instead of synthetic rubber, we use real rubber, for example. Okay, this is just basically another depiction of like what is important in a circular economy. And what I like about this as well, they also speak about society and culture and health and well-being. So it's not just about the value and the materials, the energy and the water and biodiversity, but they do speak about these should be included in a circular economy as well. Since we are slightly behind time, I'm going to skip over like the matchmaking game that we've prepped and just go into the circular business models, because I think these are like real life case studies to present to you what people have actually done of implementing circular economy. And before I start with this, I wanted to also mention why are some circular economy businesses failing actually in our economy. And what we have seen is often like front-runner SMEs really have to kind of carry the burden of educating consumers, making sure they get the required resources, right? Getting access to the feedstock. So we have a lady in Mpumalanga that actually wants to have access to the fly ashes to produce bricks. It's quite difficult because fly ash is considered as hazardous waste. Now you need a waste management license. How do you get that as an SME? So there are quite a few barriers to that as well, even though the legislation and regulation is also important. And then also obviously they really, they need to create this awareness raising for innovative business models. We had on Wednesday a webinar on reusable packaging or packaging stores where basically the packaging is designed completely out of it and consumer come with their container stores. And Nude Foods in Cape Town started 9 years ago. They were the only reusable packaging free store basically. But they also said it took them ages to make sure that they can survive as a company. They were very fortunate that they even survived COVID, but it's because they created a very strong local customer base as well, so that they were supported. But they didn't have any idea how to implement it in a local South African context because there wasn't any research out there. So again, these guys really need to apply their mind to it. Then there is also bigger businesses. It's also, you need buy-in from leadership. So these are like, think about businesses that are already existing, where you actually want to transition to a circular economy. And you do also require the buy-in from a leadership. If you think about big corporates, right? It's great if you have a few champions, and usually it sits in a sustainability department, and they have to fight with the marketing department about how to implement it. So again, it needs to be really driven across the entire company, and that's where we also get to KPIs as well to implement it. There's limited funding available, as financial institutions usually want a return of investment rather quickly. And circular economy business models take a while to also get that return of investment back. Also, they often perceive the risk too high. So in financial institution, they do usually a risk assessment. The risk assessment doesn't know what a circular economy business model is, as there isn't a data, and these data sets are apparently quite tricky also to develop or to get put together. So it takes apparently 6 years to gather data around that, so that they can actually incorporate it in their standard procedure of how they usually operate. So it's quite a big one. A lot of grants would be available more under green economy, and South Africa is very much focused around climate and energy as well. But financing is a key issue. And then obviously regulations and policies are lagging behind. So there isn't a market incentives. So I think government needs to create this enabling environment right around setting the right regulations and policy to enable a circular economy, while the private sector then actually implements the circular economy alongside the public sector. And then there is a bit of a startup trap. And I think this is what we see, especially also in South Africa, is that the startups hop from one accelerator to the next accelerator, but they never get to a scaling phase. And then lack of supply chain ecosystems, where people try to implement it, but they don't actually know the entire, or they don't know the ecosystem well enough to actually have partners. And these are really, really key points to consider. And I'll give you some pointers just now. So even a circular economy business needs a business model. It's good if we do business for conserving the environment or for uplifting a community, but there needs to be a business model attached to it. It is really, really important. That's what we have seen. So, and that's also if you do want to get a credit or loan in place. The good news is globally, what we see is there is a global circularity protocol being developed, so that companies, especially large-scale companies, I would say for SMEs, it's very difficult to implement, but for large-scale companies, they can actually measure the circularity and they can identify areas of hotspotting. So it's basically standard operating procedure, methodology to research how circular are they, where are the challenges, where they're not moving forward. And I think this is kind of the first one of its kind when it comes to business level that has been developed. Obviously, there are other methodologies like a life cycle assessment that can also be applied, and that's like feeding into this protocol. It's quite dense. We've just reviewed it, and it is complex. It really is complex for companies to do that. So benefits of doing circular economy for businesses is hiring cost drops. So some businesses that are actually doing more circular economy in the businesses retain more talent because people buy into the vision of a business. Again, this speaks more to big corporates, but people do that. They have a more shock absorbent supply chain. Usually these businesses are more resilient. They are ahead of regulations nationally and internationally. Decreased cost of customer acquisition. So this is also when businesses need to spend less money on acquiring new customers. And there is design for longevity, is also designing for profit due to compound over time, which I found really interesting that someone was speaking about generating more profit with designing for longevity in place. But again, obviously products also need to be accessible. So I think that always needs to be taken into consideration as well, which type of product we're speaking about. Hi, let me, because Mark, I want to let you take them through the business case in a second. So I've taken this from a newsletter from Harold Friedel. So this is not my own knowledge or like my own writing, but he basically looked at Next Site Michigan. It's like it's also like a connector, especially around waste management in Michigan, the United States. And the challenge was there only 21% of Michigan residents had access to curbside recycling. So a lot of the residents don't have access to recycling in Michigan state. And what he said, well, you need to have a minimum viable ecosystem strategy in place. That means you need to know your partners in the ecosystem you can solve the problem with. So in this case, the input providers are the state and the government and the waste management companies. So from them, they get basically the waste, the recycling waste. The enablers are local municipalities providing the permits and the spaces. Coordinator is someone that is basically the glue between all these different ecosystem partners, right? Because you constantly need to engage with them. And then in that case, that was someone actually from the Next Cycle team. They got grant money, obviously, to do that coordination work. And then the user would be the citizens in this case. So it's really trying to map out kind of your stakeholders within your ecosystem to build this business. The next one is, and I found this quite interesting that you put it like that on a paper, is one metric that matters. Choose one metric as a business that matters, that you can communicate publicly. And that is really, you choose that with your ecosystem, and it supports tracking from the beginning, because a lot of businesses don't track their impact. It's quite important to track your impact that you have. How much waste have you diverted? How much waste have you upcycled, and so forth. And the 100-day process that says in the first 30 days, you have an exposed phase. So basically, you map out the current coverage and you identify the gaps and the challenges. Experiment is basically day 31 to 60. They funded 50 plus small pilots with micro grants, small grants, to collect more recyclable goods from the citizens. And then the last phase is basically an expand phase where you scale successful models statewide. So they did it on a small scale and then they did it on a statewide. So I think it was just quite an interesting concept. I mean, this is probably quite a massive undertaking that those guys did, but I thought it was quite interesting how they've approached it. And the result really was that they diverted 411,950 tons and 98% of the population coverage achieved, and it was replicated in 3 states. And this is But again, obviously, with the enablers and the government, you need to find a key champion basically within the municipalities to drive it forward for you. So basically, what I also wanted to give you is circular economy solutions are developed over time. There is no perfection required. It's rather that constant feedback and delivering of results as well. You can't just transition a circular economy, a current traditional business within a night. And even if you want to start a more circular focused business model, start small. Don't put all the stress on you. It has to be 100% circular. It's really, really difficult. Start where you can and create an ecosystem that can support you. And again, the design phase is key here on your concept. Okay, with that, I'm going to hand it over quickly to Mark, and then Vasily, we're going to get to you as well. So Mark, I'll give you 10 minutes. Is that okay? Yeah. Sorry. Perfect.
So I'm going to be asking.
Yeah, you have to stay here because I think the mic is a little bit louder there. Let me just take this.
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're still awake. Just kidding. I'm going to take you guys through circular business models, as well as examples of circular business models and some case studies that we've worked with, some of you've seen around the continent. So when you look at circular business model, there's one that's called circular suppliers, and that's where you look at where you're getting your let's say as a business, you're looking at where you're sourcing your raw materials from. Is it biodegradable? Is it reusable? Is it renewable? So for me, it's something when I was working with Katharina this morning, I was like, I'm always looking at how I can clean the product up, and it's a process. Like we said, it's not something that you will go into and you get it right immediately. So that's why it's very important to look at circularity as a design concept of your business in the beginning before creating your business, because it's very tough then to move away from that once you're already in that space. It's a lot harder. Secondly, we're looking at products as a service. Products as a service, we're looking at the same washing machine example, Katharina. Instead of buying the washing machine, you can buy the use of the washing machine. And those are, it's a very simple concept for people that can't afford. I know that a lot of people can't afford energy at home, like solar panels, but now you get organizations that allow you to rent a solar panel for like 900 Rand a month. And you can afford 900 Rand, but you can't afford 200,000 or whatever amount it is to get actually a solar panel in the house. And then thirdly, we're looking at product life cycle, and product life cycle is looking at products. I know, like one of my friends work at Hilti, and what they do is instead of buying a new product, they fix a component of your product and they give you your old product back. And that's how you're saving money from constantly buying new equipment. You just go and get that one component fixed, and then that component gets fixed again and get put back into the system. And that's also kind of preventing stuff getting to landfill, because that's the whole idea is preventing landfill. And then the fifth one is it's resource recovery. So resource recovery is how you can take waste and bring it back into use, avoiding things from going to the first thought in my mind when I think about that is how people can take organic waste and turn it into compost. And in fact, I'll actually share a very good case study of ours of how people do that. And the last one is sharing platforms. The oldest form of a sharing platform is a library, where you can actually go there and go find a book and take it back. And then someone else gets used, or even share the book with your neighbor, and it takes it back. And then these are also seen on nowadays, we use online platforms, things like Facebook Marketplace, where you don't want to, and a lot of other reselling platforms. Instead of throwing your clothes away, you put it in a thrift platform and someone else can use that. So these are sharing platforms, as well as organizations like CHIP, where they make pallets. So instead of someone buying a pallet and then leaving it laying around in the field or decomposing, CHIP rents you out the pallet, and then you can take it back to them and they fix it and put it back into the system. And then, yeah, so those are the ones. So let me go over to case studies. Oh, before I go there, we heard about the 10 R's. So now we get to understand the 10 R's and where they fit in the circular business model. So if you look over there, the refuse, reduce, and redesign, those are circular components. Those are your suppliers. That's what you think about when you're designing your product. So let me try and source products where I can actually, where they are actually, like I said, biodegradable, where I can use them again and they go back into the environment instead of just getting plastic that I'm going to have to put back into a recycling process and end up in landfill and so on. And then also with circular economy, a lot of the principles, a lot of the components are also overlapping. Because if you look at redesign and reuse, those are sharing platforms. As those are, then you have product life extension, which is reuse, repair, refurbish, and remanufacture, as well as repurpose, because those are looking at how you can extend the life of a product. And then the last one is resource recovery. Those are recycle and recover. So with that said, I'm going to head over to some of our case studies. And here we have product life, product as a service case study. This is one I actually like. It's based in Kenya. It's called Soka Fresh. And these guys are one of the leading avo exporters to the UK. And what they do, they assist local farmers, especially the small scale farmers, get their avos into the UK. And they also, the one thing about the farmers is that they make money as well by having their avos exported, because now they don't have to only focus on the local market that they have. And there's also a great relationship between the community of farmers. And what Soka Fresh does is that they supply these farmers that are in all these indigenous far areas with a cold room. And this cold room is like solar powered, where you just get a container with solar energy in it, where you can store your avos. And then they come and collect these avos, and they also put you into a network where you can actually export these products. And what this does is also the communication, the access to export, the access to community and people around you. So I think they're actually doing a lot of great work in Kenya. And then another one, this is Field Tech. This is actually a cool one because this young lady she's a winner of the Green Youth Indaba 2024. She actually won the whole contest, the whole competition, because of an innovative idea. So what she does, her name is Nopipila Gumede. And what she does is that she uses drones to actually assist farmers with spraying of pesticides. They also map. She can also do mapping of the whole farm. She also does fertilization. They're able to decrease. They're able to monitor the whole property and also help with decreasing of fire hazards in the farm, because they can use actually the drone to reach places where farmers can't actually access. But now the main thing is that she's actually spraying pesticide for farmers, and the impact of this is that farmers use about 300 liters to spray a hectare of land. With her drones, they use 30 liters to spray that hectare. That's where you're saving water. And looking at the agriculture, it takes about 61% of our allocated water in South Africa. So that's decreasing that problem as well. And that's what you do with circular businesses. So yeah, that's basically what she does. And then the next one is resource recovery. So I was talking about resource recovery, how you could turn like our organic waste into a resource. And here's a company that is doing just that. This is Pillar Feed. Pillar Feed is, I think, a Cape Town created company. These guys are amazing. Maya and there's just like this energetic bunch of people that are doing great work. They basically take waste, organic waste from farms and their communities and put it in a pillar pod, they call it. So it's a container like this where when the container would start somewhere here where they actually
Yeah.
So it's over here where they'll put it in these buckets. They'll put all the materials in this bucket and they'll put larvae, these little worms in there, and they eat up all the organic matter. And that turns, and then what these worms are, they're small, but then when after they eat up this organic matter, they get big, larvae, and they turn into insect protein. And this insect protein is then animal feed. They feed that to their chickens and all of that. That's how circular it goes. And the actual fertilizer that's left back, what can I say? The waste turns into fertilizer, and the fertilizers that's sold as fertilizer that they can use in their farming and sold to people that they can use in their plant trees and to farm. So this is like an amazing circular business where waste is turned back into like fertilizer that can plant trees and grow the economy. So those are the case studies that we have. That's my time. Okay.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. We had to shorten the Well done, Mark.
There's so many case studies, but
yes.
No. Actually, can we look?
Thanks so much, Mark. There are so many case studies that we have online. We have actually our lunch clubs that you guys can join. It's once a month, 30 minutes during your lunchtime. It's basically a case study that we invite that speaks to what they are doing in their ecosystem to make these case studies come alive. We also have like a little My Circularity Story campaign on social media to give people a platform to speak about what they're doing in the circular economy. So really check out our case study database. There's like so many really great people and companies and what they're actually doing already in South Africa. And it's really, I think, especially if you want to start a business or change your business, engage with these people as well, because these become your community and your support network to grow your business and your network. So yeah, please also rate our masterclass, because that really helps us as the platform to continue, because that's one of our metrics of how well we are doing and performing and how well we are engaging with our stakeholders, because we obviously really want to make sure we give you value for the time that you're sitting and spending with us as well, because we appreciate your attendance, obviously. And now, yeah, sure.
For anyone that has a circular business that want to be part of our campaigns or want to have access to any of these case studies, you're also free to email us and get hold of us, and we'll share everything with you.
Yeah. Okay, and then lastly, we have one more case study. And I think this is like the wood-to-wood project that Vasilis from eBOS is going to present now on. And it speaks more to the technology component of how to get wood to wood, basically, again, because that's also quite a tricky one. So Vasilis, I hope you hear me. I'm going to stop sharing now from my side. Perfect. Yes, you're audible and you can actually share the screen. And I'm just going to quickly share my full screen now with everyone else. Yes, that's visible from
can you
our
see my
side
screen?
now. Yes,
okay.
Perfect. Thank
Great.
you so much.
You're
I
welcome.
can't close the chat.
So good afternoon. So my name is Vasilis Poulikakos. I'm working as project manager at eBOS based in Cyprus. So me and my team, we are responsible for the development of digital tools that actually bring research into real world application. Today, I will share with you some of the work that we have been doing in the Wood project, which is an ambitious EU-funded initiative that is trying to reshape the way we look at the waste wood. Specifically, I will be introducing you the set of the digital tools that we are developing in order to design and enable circular flows of wood waste and secondary raw materials. Please keep in mind that those tools that are going to be presented are still under development, but they are already showing strong potential on how to transform the way industries and businesses can approach sustainable practices. So here is how I have structured today's session. So I will begin with a brief overview of the project itself, the vision, the consortium, and the geographical reach. And then I will move to the main core, which is the digital tools of Work Package 13 that we are developing. So in a nutshell, those tools are the digital product passport, the material volume estimation, the supply chain optimization tool, the life cycle cost assessment tool, and the digital platform. And at the very end, I will also share with you some key messages and the wrap-up of this presentation. So let me give you a quick overview of the W2W project at a glance. So it is a 4-year initiative running from January last year to December 2027, with total budget of nearly 10 million. The project is structured into 21 work packages organized into 3 reporting periods and 4 main phases. Our consortium is strong and diverse, consisting of 25 partners and 1 associated partner. The whole project is coordinated by ICCS from Greece. So the partners come from across Europe and beyond, including countries such as Greece, France, Spain, Italy, Finland, Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium, Cyprus, and South Africa. Bringing into an international dimension to our work. Also, the project is structured under 4 key pillars: the advanced sorting and separation and robotics and mixed reality technologies, the upcycling processes, which include mechanical, chemical, and bioremediation techniques. Of course, the digital tools that this presentation is focused on, supporting decision-making for circular flows. And finally, the policy, market, and skills framework. Now, the objectives of the W2W project. So our first objective is to create and validate a holistic framework for cascade valorization of waste wood. The second objective focuses on advanced sorting technologies. So actually, by combining robotics, sensors, and mixed reality support, we aim to separate waste wood streams more effectively. The third one is we are trying to advance sustainable upcycling processes, including both mechanical, chemical, and biological methods. The fourth objective is where our organization plays a leading role, so developing the digital tools in order to enable decision-making and circular flows. Fifth objective, to ensure that our innovations are not just theoretical, so we will validate the technologies developed into 3 real-life use cases. And finally, our project seeks to strengthen industry competitiveness by providing companies with innovative business models and tools that are going to, in general, promote sustainable practices and sustainability. Starting from the first tool, which is the digital product passport. So the digital product passport is one of the most transformative tools that we are building in Wood2Wood. So essentially, the DPP is about traceability and transparency. So every product, whether it is a piece of furniture, a construction component, or an upcycled material, will carry information about its origin, its composition, and its sustainability. So think of like it is a digital identity card for materials and products. We know that in sustainability and circular economy, traceability is everything. So if we don't know what the product is made of, where it came from, and how it can be dismantled, then we cannot reuse it effectively. So the DPP solve that problem by making all this information digitally accessible throughout the product's life cycle. And this can also empower businesses to make better sourcing and design decision, and also at the same time help the recyclers know exactly how to process materials and provide also policymakers with evidence of sustainability performance. Finally, the DPP is also aligned with upcoming European regulation, which will require more and more products to carry this digital passport. So it is not just a nice to have feature, it's becoming a compliance and competitiveness factor for businesses operating in the EU. Now in the W2W project, we apply the DPP to two key streams. First of all, the construction and demolition wood and the furniture waste. These are large waste sources, but often mixed. So actually the DPP captures critical data, such as the wood type, the origin, the contaminants of the wood, and different environmental performance. So stakeholders can have more reliable information for decision making. At the same time, for the circular economy point of view, this can also have three big benefits. So recyclers can separate their stream effectively. Manufacturers can also confidently use secondary raw materials. And finally, consumer gain trust through traceability and eco-labeling. So in short, the digital product passport turns information into action, ensuring that the wood waste can flow back into the economy in a safe and transparent way. The second tool that we are developing, another very interesting one, is the material volume estimation. So one of the big challenges in circular economy is knowing how much material is available and where. So this tool, the material volume estimation, addresses exactly this problem. It provides accurate and data-driven estimates of wood waste volumes across regions, sectors, or even industries. And the reason why this is important is because planning circular flows require predictability. So whether you are a recycler or a manufacturer, relying on secondary raw materials, you need confidence in the availability of the supply. Without this, it can be difficult to scale up your operations or make investment decisions. From a circular economy perspective, this tool connects supply with demand. So it ensures that available waste wood does not remain just an untapped resource, but can be channeled efficiently into new processes. This tool, in order to give you some more technical characteristics, this tool combines digital monitoring with smart analytics in order to estimate the wood waste volumes in real-time scenarios. So using low-cost cameras, it can actually track skips and piles of waste, while 3D construction give us a more accurate picture of how these volumes change over time. Those information at the same time are being displayed on a web dashboard, and we can even integrate point clouds from drones or surveys for larger sites. The benefit actually is that we now have reliable volume data in order to support logistics and planning, which means that a waste manager can schedule collection more efficiently and recyclers know in advance what resources are available and materials. In a bigger picture, this tool builds actually the foundation for secondary raw material markets by turning wood waste into a predictable, trusted resource that industries can rely on. Now I will talk to you about the supply chain optimization tool, which is a tool aiming to tackle a critical challenge into the circular economy, which is logistics. So collecting and moving wood waste is not just about trucks and storage, but it is also about making sure that the right materials reach the right facilities at the best possible timing. So by optimizing the collection, the transport, and the distribution, we can cut unnecessary costs and reduce also the environmental impact. For the circular economy point of view, this makes a big difference. So fully managed logistic most of the times lead to waste leakage, meaning that valuable wood will never make it back into circulation. With this tool, we increase the availability of quality secondary wood, and we also at the same time avoid fragmentation. And we also create a balance, ensuring logistics are not just efficient from economic perspective, but they at the same time align with environmental goals. In the wood-to-wood case, this tool uses optimization algorithms that combine cost, distance, and different other environmental factors. For example, instead of transporting wood across long distances unnecessarily, this tool can suggest the nearest and the most suitable facility. This tool can also benefit businesses financially while also reducing the carbon footprint of the supply chain. The fourth tool that I'm going to talk to you about is the life cycle sustainability assessment tool. This tool can help companies to see the full picture of the cost and the impacts. So not just the purchase price of a product, but also its use, its maintenance, and the end of life management. It connects both economic and environmental performance by helping the businesses to choose solutions that are both sustainable and at the same time cost effective. For the circular economy, this shift is, to our view, very crucial. So instead of focusing only on short-term savings, the companies can evaluate long-term value. So actually this tool can also highlight when secondary raw materials make more sense economically and environmentally. And in the end, it can also support evidence-based decision-making by making circular business models more credible and more competitive. In our case, this tool brings together two different perspectives. First of all, the economic cost and also the environmental performance. It doesn't just look at production and logistic costs, but also factors in emissions, energy use, and waste. By generating different scenarios, it can also allow us to compare what happens when you use virgin wood versus recycled wood. And the output is presented through a decision support interface, which can guide both companies and policymakers. The benefit of this tool is, I would say, simple but powerful. It highlights the most sustainable and most efficient options, giving businesses the confidence to adopt circular practices and at the same time invest in upcycled wood products. This way, the companies can justify the choice they make, and not only financially, but at the same time taking into perspective the environmental costs. The final tool of our core package is the digital product, the digital platform. So actually, what this is essentially the backbone of the wood-to-wood. It brings all the pre-mentioned tools together in one place, serving as the central hub and the single access point for the stakeholders, whether they are recyclers, entrepreneurs, or policymakers. So what makes this tool powerful is the ability to enable data sharing and interoperability, which is crucial in such a value chain. So instead of working in isolation, the stakeholders can collaborate, exchange insights, and make a decision based on a shared set of steps. For the circular economy, this is key in order to break down data silos, ensuring that the tool function in synergy rather than isolation. And at the same time, it can also help build scalable, digital-driven circular ecosystem that can grow beyond the project itself. This slide shows how the wood-to-wood platform brings everything together. So at its core, it integrates the 5 tools that we have just discussed, the DPP, the material volume estimation, supply chain optimization tool, and also the life cycle assessment tool. The platform is designed, of course, in a user-friendly interface, so it is very easy for someone to access it. The security is also ensured through authentication and access management. The benefits this platform provides a one-stop environment where planning, monitoring, and decision-making can take place in real time. It can also enhance collaboration across the value chain, and it also creates a replicable model that can be extended to also other circular economy applications. So some key takeaways. So across these 5 tools that I have just presented, we are demonstrating how digital innovation can also at the same time drive circularity. So from traceability and planning to logistics and decision making, each tool plays a role, but together they form a complete ecosystem that helps mostly the wood waste flow back into the economy instead of being lost. As I mentioned at the very beginning of this presentation, all those tools are still in development since the project is at month 18. So our goal is to, over the next 18 months, that we will go through extensive testing, validation in real life use cases, and we will also proceed with all necessary refinements based on feedback from both project partners and stakeholders. And by the end of the project, those tools will be fully finalized and will be made publicly available, providing open access to and resources to support businesses and innovators. And you can now scan this QR code in order to find our website, where you can find all upcoming events, information, and also follow our social media pages. That was it from my side. Thank you very much for your attention. Katharina, the floor is back to you.
Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Let's give Vasily a round. I think there is, does any one of you guys have a question? Because I think this project maps out quite well how digital technology can be an enabler for a circular economy transition, but how complex it also is, right? Maybe, Vasily, my question is actually more like the problem statement. Why did you guys choose wood as the problematic material, or was it just because the ground call was directed towards wood as well?
To tell you the truth, this is just one of the main issues of the program that the European Union announced at that time. So the program that they funded was to aim the wood facilities and the wood sector.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's quite interesting. Yeah, I think I'm very much looking forward to actually seeing the digital tools online, and especially how that could also then be actually applied to the African context, to be honest. So the digital product passport is becoming more and more of a thing that you can really make sure there's traceability of a product, to make sure these products can also get back into the economy. So I think also with the life cycle costing and the sustainability assessment, yeah, very, very keen to learn more. So please keep us updated on these tools, and thanks so much for participating today as well.
Definitely. So I have also said the website link in the chat, and definitely if you plan to have another session, we would be more than happy to participate and maybe give you a more in-hand description of our tools by also providing some videos, demos, etc.
Yes, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So you guys, question. You like, I think I've also made. Okay, so guys, we're pretty much like at the end. If you want to spend your knowledge on our knowledge survey, please do. As I said, we are also sharing this entire presentation with you. I do notice from the participation list that we had quite a lot of municipalities officials actually today present, online and in person. So for those guys that want to dig a bit deeper into cities, there is quite a bit of resources on the African Circular Cities Initiative by ICLEI that I stated. They also have created a circular city action framework of how to enable circularity within cities, which I think is quite nice. And then just highlighting as well, there are quite a few initiatives also taking place in Johannesburg around more circularity types of actions, like the Jukskei River and the revitalization of the Jukskei River and cleaning up of the alien invasive species. And then also the inner city partnership that is trying to really create this walkable city network within the city as well, which I think is really nice. Then Sidra has also created a guideline on how to create national circular economy roadmap. And
sharing.
oh no, sure. I'm sorry, guys. Somehow this sharing function is not always. I don't know why. It goes out and in. Let me try this again. Let me do this. You haven't really missed any slides, to be honest, online, because we're going to just share the slides with you so you can have a look at these resources. I just packaged them in because there are some officials online as well. And then there is the C40 network as well that has done municipality-led circular economy case studies. So that's quite interesting for those that want to dive into case studies. And there are some more resources on circularity in cities available as well. So happy to make the connections or share the resources. I think with that, if you do want to, as I said, get to know more about what's happening in the space, join Circular South Africa as a member. It's for free, basically. Log on. You can also download all the resources on our Knowledge Hub. Social media, we do quite a lot. We constantly run kind of like online sessions as well and engagements. And I think with that, we can close off the masterclass of today. Thank you so much for UJ PEETS always hosting us and being so willing to collaborate, and also Wood2Wood today for being part of this project. Really appreciate it, and seeing digital technologies being used to actually enable circular economy. And thank you, Mark, for always being present in these masterclasses as well. And for you guys to be present and sharing your time with us and being actively participating. I really appreciate it. So enjoy the rest of your afternoon and dinner, I'm already saying. Lunch. I've been up since 5, so I think lunch is in the restaurant. Where's that? Do they need to just through here to the restaurant? So there is a light lunch as well served. So just for the online guys, as I said, we're sharing the presentation as well with you guys so that you can have a look at it. And then I'm just going to close the session from my side for online. Thank you.
Katharina, thank you, everybody.